All right, I think we are ready to get started, at least on our end. So let's go right in. So yeah, hi guys, welcome to Rice Radio. This is episode I don't remember the number. Um, YouTube editor will probably just like put the number in there for me, right? Um, but yeah, welcome to Rice Radio. Today we'll be talking about. Is that something that's on my screen? Never mind. Today we'll be talking about leadership with members of not Rice Radio, of Rice Bowl, with leadership experience. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Hope you guys can, enjoy, like, sit back, relax, listen to them talk about, what it means to be a leader. You know, about the maybe the more memorable, the good and the bad moments of being a leader. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Ninja gonna be a little. Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. I was gonna say Sheffy, but thank you so much, Ash. Yeah, I just wanted to start like a little bit earlier, just to give time for people to come in. Just to explain how things will work as well. So this will be in two segments. The first segment will be with Ash and Ninja. The third person unfortunately couldn't come because of illness, or maybe she will if she feels better. She might hop in. We'll see. Welcome, Flornell. Welcome. Yeah, and speaking of, there's Ash right there. So make sure you guys give her a lot of love. And then the second segment is gonna be with three cool guys: Oni, or we call him Tomi, Onibun, Nutman, the brown guy, and Flag. Right. So it's gonna be in those two. Link is wrong. Wait, what? Oh no! Wait, fuck! Don't. Wait, give me a second. That's so scuffed. I'm so sorry. Let me just delete that message real quick. Command. Edit. Ash. I thought I fixed it before. That's so fuck. Give me a second. This is why it was good that I started early, right? I can deal with this sort of shit before we get into it. So I'm guessing that like when I send this into whoever is editing on YouTube, we'll just cut this first part, right? Right? Yeah. Okay. Steffi Bun, do I have it right? I do have it right. Yeah. I guess the capitalization maybe. Like this. Let me see. And that goes straight to Ash. Perfect. Okay. We good. Phew. Thank you so much, Chris. Also, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling better, by the way. Man, a lot of people are getting sick, like, this time of the year. I guess with things, with winter with winter in full swing, it's easier to get sick. So hope you guys all stay cozy. Drink a lot of water, drink a lot of tea, right? I got my flu shot too. The thing with flu though is like, isn't there like so many strains that it's like hard to. Don't tell me what to do. Is that? Hey, oh my god, Alvin, long time no see. Although no, I do see you on YouTube. But how are you doing, Alvin? Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for stopping by. Oh wait, I have to start with the part. There we go. Also, Danger, nice to see you here. How have you been? Hope you're doing well. Do you wanna wait, Danger? Before like we get into like before we get into the actual talk show part, can you explain the sub sandwich, whatever you call? What? I was so confused. What was it's never mind. It's okay. Is there like a story to it? You're good. Glad to hear that, Elvin. Yeah. What's that game that you were playing? Like, what? Like, you posted a picture of like that Subway sandwich, I think. And I was just like confused. Like, is there a story to it? Like. But anyway, no. But hope you're doing well, Danger. But yeah, so today we'll be talking about leadership. During the actual it was food. Okay, you know what? Food is food. what's the complaint, right? What was I saying? Yeah, so while we're talking with the guests, I wouldn't be responding to chat, vocally, but I will be in chat with you guys. I'll be part of chat, and you know, I'm also here, just like on the ride, and I'll be enjoying listening to them with you guys. So I'm sorry if I can't like react like vocally, but like I'll definitely like be in chat with you guys. So like, I hope you guys would like enjoy still. Um, what else? Also like with things like raids, raids, followers, any sort of like subs, all that. Like I hope to of course like thank you in chat, but also like I'll be thanking everyone like vocally like in between the two segments, right? Yeah, meatballs. Honestly, I think meatball stuff was my go-to for like in Subway as well. But you're good. Glad to hear that. Very tiring day. Your whole body aches. Oh no, but honestly, those aches. Is that like a good kind of ache? Like you worked hard kind of ache, right? Or is it like the I really don't want to do any sort of shit kind of ache? Oh, Ash is already in the in here. Okay, okay. Oh, that's good. Oh my god, wait. Oh god, I'm so excited to show you guys. Wait, let me do this. There you go. I can do that. But yeah, oh man. Ash's like outfit, that's so cool. Oh my god, I'm so excited to show you guys. But no, we'll wait for a bit. I can't just not stare at the 404. Wait, what 404? Where's the 404? Huh? 404? Is there a 404 somewhere? Dead center? What the fuck? Is that a thing? Oh, it is a thing. Oh, that's because of oh, okay, thank you. For here, you know what? So I have a what do you call it? I have a React PNG for Oni because like I think he asked for it. Wait, I hope it works. Wait, let me just check. What was it? Fugi Tech Reactive. Oh god, this is so annoying. Wait, give me a second. I'm glad that we're getting this all like out of the way before we start talking with the with the guests. I don't want to bother them with this sort of shit, with this sort of scum. But honestly, this is this is on brand. I'm a VTuber, right? VTubers, we're supposed to be scuffed. Yeah. This is all according to Keikaku, as the weebs say, right? That's been a question that like I've been asking, and I've been getting mixed answers. But like, as a Japanese, am I allowed to call myself a weeb? Like, is that a thing, or is that just like patriotism? Wait, where is it? Authorize that. Oh, scan QR code. Okay. Okay. Authorize. There we go. And then, oh, I have to do individual. Oh, that's why. Boop. And then I go here. And that's why I had the let me see, do that, and there we go. That should be good. Didn't give me the 4 anymore. Okay, we'll leave it there. There we go. Would it just be otaku? You know what? I think that's kind of right. Yeah. Also, Sanda! Hey, Sanda. Welcome. Tomi. Wait, I just realized I could have just shared my screen with VTube. Oh, wait, do you have it? Oh, then that's totally fine. Oh, okay. But thank you so much for coming, Tomi. How are you doing? Oh, wait, but, do you guys... oh, I can just share... I can just, like, watch multiple at once. Okay, that's fine. That'll work. Gohan Raji Lumao, that card. I love that. Today was tiring, but I dropped a 40-pound viral on my food. Oh Lord, no! That's so much pain, Peko. But yeah, hope you can recover. Hope you can find it cozy here. Have some comfy time here to like to wind down, I guess, from a long day. When Ruru asked me, I thought I was like webcam. No, thank you, no, thank you. No, I mean, but yeah, if you can just like, share your screen with your YouTube studio, that's great as well. Okay, then I don't have to do that. Also, Edu! Oh my god, it's Edu. How are you doing? Even non-sharer in call will have their Discord icon showing, so that's why like, yeah, no, this works really well. This works really well. Also, Edu, how are you doing? How are your projects going? Super excited for them. Yeah. Stray Dango, nice to see you here. Welcome. How have you been? Hope you're doing well. Alright, I think it's almost time. I think we can just like oh wait, do I have anything? We're good. Alrighty. Is everything else good? So yeah, as I said, like, I wouldn't be responding, vocally in chat, but I'll be in chat. We'll be talking about leadership. I'll be asking a few questions, but mostly I hope to like, learn about leadership, from these other members, and I hope you guys will, take something away from it too. We can start without Ninja if you need. Yeah, sure, we can do that. Huh. Yeah, who needs Ninja anyway? What? Anyway, I'm just gonna... actually I'm gonna bring the audio of the music down a little bit. Just so we can hear the guest a little bit better. Maybe around about there? You want to talk? Okay, alright, well, it is 10, so we will be starting. Just give me a second. I will undeafen and boop. Alright, hi Ash.
Hello.
Hi, thank you for coming. How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
Not bad. Look at that! Oh my god, it's so pretty! Is that for Chinese New Year?
Yeah. I figured it's, getting close. So might as well dress up.
Nice. Wait, give me a second. I'm just gonna bring the audio down. There you go. Yeah, so wait, let me just so say this is the guest. So like, did Ninja say around about what time he's coming?
Like 5 to 10 minutes. I think he might be driving home or something. But I told him he can just join whenever he's ready.
Oh, okay. Then that's fine. But yeah, just in case there's anyone here who doesn't know you, imagine. Do you wanna just like do a little bit of a self intro?
Sure. So I go by Sheffy Bun, but people either call me Sheffy or Ash, and I am the leader and owner of Team Rice Bowl and Team Donbury. So I started both teams over 2 years ago, and this podcast is actually part of our team, events and stuff.
Yeah. So I guess like then that first question is a little bit redundant, right? So what kind of leadership roles have you held? Right?
For me personally, I've done leadership stuff since I was in elementary school.
Oh, okay.
So I used to do like morning announcements. I would even help take calls with the secretaries. And I also did leadership roles in like classrooms where during lunch times I would look after younger classes, like the kindergartners or stuff. And in high school, I did similar things. I was on the grad committee. I was in PE and music leadership. And I also ran our music club as well.
Oh.
So all throughout, grade school, I did all that. And even like during work, I would lead like spirit clubs and teams.
What's a spirit club?
And now I have these teams.
Wait, so what's a spirit club? I've never heard of that.
So it's just ways of us, getting engagement up at work. So we'd plan like fun like quizzes and activities with prizes, just like simple things to help make our work life not as dull and boring. Yeah.
For sure, yeah. And I guess like with a lot of you guys are working remotely, right?
Yeah, now that we are remote, that we don't really do that much. It's more like, cahoots and stuff. But when we were at the office, we would plan like really fun events. We planned like pizza nights. We went to an escape room for my team.
Oh.
We had like team dinners, like stuff like that, just to help, get to know each other and hang out and not have everything super just formal all the time,
Yeah, to shake it down a little.
Yeah.
Uh, is that like sort of a like a company policy thing, or is that something more of like, the internal initiative?
Definitely my company is very employee focused.
Mhm.
So we do our best to actually, treat our customers well, but they actually care about their employees. And it's not like
Mm.
one of those places like, oh yeah, we put our employees first, but they actually don't do anything and treat us bad. But
Mm.
ours, they always give us bonuses, incentives. They give us, gift cards for the
That's
holidays,
good.
and they're always trying to do something to make sure that we're happy where we are.
Oh, okay. That's nice. But I think like, the big, leadership role that, we're all kind of interested in is right now is your role as the leader of like Rice Bowl and VDON.
Yeah,
So
it's definitely been interesting.
yeah, interesting. Yeah, yeah. So what's like I think you've talked to me about this before, but how did it all start?
Well, some people know about it, but for those who don't, it was started from pettiness. I know it's kind of funny, but I had joined a stream team before, and they told me, "Oh yeah, we love to do all these fun things. Every month we like to hold these like raffles for our members and like all these different things to kind of entice you to join." And although like some of the members are really nice, a lot of times they were also pretty rude, unfortunately. So I would go and like raid someone, and they'd be like, "Who the fuck are you?" And then like just they don't give a shit about you at all.
Mhm.
And I was pretty upset that it was like that. So I was like, you know what? I could probably make a better team with my
Mhm.
friends. And it was supposed to start as just something, me and like maybe 10 other people, not even.
Wow.
And it just kind of it grew, and I
Yeah.
never expected it to at all.
Yeah, I think the word we're looking for here is blow up, right? Because like 10 to like how
I
many
mean,
people do you have right
I
now?
don't want to like say anything like too much because I
Uh-huh.
get like we're not like a huge group, but from where we started
Yeah.
and where, all right, okay, whatever. Some people may say we're a big group, but I don't want to, try to brag about it.
Sure, sure. Okay.
But just from where I started, I expected it to be just like me and a few close friends,
Uh-huh.
and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm completely blown away about where we are now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, no, it's just a small humble group, right? It's nothing much. Man, but yes, how many people do you have right now, like in like Rice Bowl and VDon? And I know that recently you had some like cleanup that you've done.
Yeah, so for the new year, I was making some changes. Right now, Rice Bowl has 80 people,
Hmm.
and V Donbury has 58.
Ooh,
But
okay,
we are
okay.
actually in the middle of adding new members too.
Oh,
So
nice,
that's going to
nice.
be changing in a little bit.
Mm.
But basically, for those who didn't know, we had a few duplicate people on
Mhm.
both teams. And I made the change that, everybody's just going to stick to one just to keep it fair to everyone.
Mhm.
And just like for numbers and stuff like that, it helps make it easier for me as well.
Mhm. No, that totally makes sense. I remember like, we are discussing together as well, like whether we should do that or not, and it's much cleaner
Hmm.
as well. Mhm.
Yeah.
Because like
Now I can give people like actual like numbers when they say, "How many people do you have?" And I'm like,
yeah.
before I was like, I have no idea, honestly.
Yeah, exactly, right? Mm. So yeah, there is like, so many people to manage. Like, do you like how? All right, like I know that there's like a few key people, like a few people that you mod for and you're very like aware of, but like, do you feel like you have like a grasp of what's going on with like, a majority of the people?
I would say I keep pretty good tabs on
Mm-hmm.
everyone. I may not be as active with every member as I'd like to be, but I I know basically where everyone is for the
Mm-hmm.
most part, and I think that's pretty like good.
Yeah, no, that's like definitely like, I'd say unique, right? In terms of like Twitch teams
Yeah.
for like a leader to have like any sort of like understanding of like all the team members like that.
Yeah, when I spoke to Chris before, one of our co-owners, um, he was saying like, "Yo, do you know like every member on our team?" I'm like, "Yeah, I could probably name like maybe 95% of them
Mm-hmm.
off the top of my head." And he's like, "That's pretty crazy." And I'm
Yeah.
like, "Huh, I guess it is." Like, I never really thought about it. It's just something
Mm-hmm.
I always like knew, but I
Mm-hmm.
never really considered like that is a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Like imagine like, teachers, right? Like teachers have like a trouble with like a class of 30 people, right? And they're
Yeah.
like, oh, that one kid, I keep forgetting his name, right? But
Trust
like
me, in high school, I dealt with that. I've been called at least 30 different names in high school. Not all of them starting with an A either.
what like Cassandra? Like what did you get?
The most ridiculous ones I've gotten, and actually the most common,
Oh
were
god.
like Alicia, Angela, and Jessica. And
Jessica.
I'm like, the last one doesn't even start with an A, but okay, yeah, okay.
Do you feel like maybe do you exude a Jessica? Like
I
what?
don't know. My
Where'd that
teachers
come
just
from?
couldn't get my name right, and it was so weird.
Lembao. That's so okay. That like the other ones I can like kind of understand, but like Jessica's like way out there. Would you?
Ninja's here now.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
hello.
Awesome. Ninja. Welcome.
Hey.
Do you
Thank
want
you. Thank you.
to do you want to share your
Oh yeah, sure.
camera
One
or?
moment here. Yeah, yeah. Oh, let me get that proper.
Yeah. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah. And
Pretty
thank you
good.
so much
Sorry for
for
being late.
thank you so much for using the new profile picture to correct my.
It's great. It's
I told him
great.
it's
It's
still
it's the
terrible,
lesser
but
of
a little
two.
bit better.
I feel okay, but I feel like if I had done anything tamer, then he wouldn't have like accepted it. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
I'll be honest, Rue. I appreciate all the art you've provided for me thus far, and if it was tamer, I would probably use it. But at the same time, I'm glad
God
that you had
yeah,
that
damn it.
thought because I
God
mean,
damn
I
it.
can
the more
nab it.
cursed, the better.
Oh my god, it was, you know, if I ever have to answer in a job interview, like what is something that you've like a mistake that you've done, and how did you correct it? This will be a key example.
This would be a key example.
Exactly. But while you're setting up, do you want to like do a little bit of a self intro?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I guess I'm the Ninja Dude one. I've been part of Rice Bowl for a little bit while here.
Mhm.
As far as like leadership things, I've been involved in, I guess not necessarily like full on management roles, but I've had to deal with managing like a team within my company, as well as various roles as far as dealing with actual communities. Not necessarily like streaming communities, but more so like I'm really active in a lot of local gaming communities,
Mm.
specifically the miniature community as well as the card game community.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, I guess that's a little background for me.
Mm. So is that sort of like a town thing or?
Yeah, no, it's more like a town thing. Yeah.
Nice, nice, nice. So, but okay, I'm not very familiar. Like, what kind of things do you do in those, like, groups? I mean, like, for the gaming, sure, I get it, but like, the miniatures, the
No,
cards, but.
no, definitely, definitely. So one thing to note is that like obviously if people want to play games, sometimes they want to play competitively, right?
Mhm.
And someone has to set up those competitive events and like also give people the opportunity to kind of like, experience what they want to experience
Mhm.
with the game at the level that they want to play. And I guess for me, I've played in right now I'm involved with something known as Blood Bowl,
Mhm.
which is a miniatures game, which is like football. Funny
Mhm.
enough, really easy to get into. Really, excuse me one second. Really easy to get into because most of the times, like buying into a lot of miniature stuff can be a little expensive.
Right,
But
right.
with Blood Bowl, it's like you just buy one box, you're in. You just have to assemble the models, put them on a table, and
Ah.
then it's also played at like a grid base.
Mhm.
So it's much easier for people to properly understand how it's going or how it works.
Mm.
Um, and like it really puts into perspective because then you don't have to worry about people doing like, especially newer players, bumping models or
Mhm.
like accidentally doing something that's not quite right, I guess, or used to.
Ah.
And yeah, and I guess for Blood Bowl, what's neat about it is in addition to having like a level of tournament level play that people can participate in,
Mhm.
there is also a league in which the community can all join in. and play of basically a weekly game and just
Mm.
kind of get to know people, as
Nice.
well as level up their guys, etc.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's fun. That's fun.
Oh yeah.
All right. So, we also have joining us. Wait, where's oops. Oh, wait, where?
Alright, just give me 1 second.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. In the meantime, we can do that. But yeah, also Maki, welcome. Thank you so much for making it. How are you doing?
Hello. I am okay. I'm gonna be muting every now and then just because I am coughing quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, thank you so much for like making it. Like, but if it's if you want, do you wanna like do a little bit of a self-intro as well?
Yeah, so hi, my name is Maki Arms on Twitch. I joined Rice Bowl, I think maybe like 2-3 months ago.
Mhm.
And it's been super fun since I met so many great artists and just other content creators and streamers and everything. So it's been really fun.
Mm.
In terms of leadership, it's kind of my career in a sense. I'm a project
Oh.
manager.
Oh.
Like legit professional. Yeah.
That, and then while I was in college and everything, I was a dance director of
Oh.
like a team of about like 50 other people.
Wow. Okay. So what kind of
that's
dance? Like,
sorry.
no.
Sorry, what did you say?
So what kind of like dance? Like, is that like contemporary or like?
No, it was, so back then we called it like hip hop, but that's kind of the wrong term now. So I guess
okay.
it moved over to like urban choreography, and then urban was also the wrong term. So we just do team choreography.
Okay.
So if
Oh.
you think of like, I don't know, Kinjas, I think that's the most popular dance team. Stuff like that, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Wait, so and then also like right now you're working as a project manager of like a big team.
Yeah, I work a lot with engineers, and then pretty much set the timelines, make sure everybody's getting their stuff done, making sure if the higher ups are like, we want this done in a month, I could go back and be like, is this possible? And if it's not, to be like, no, you're getting it in 2 months.
Okay. Man,
So
okay,
a good PM in that aspect. 'Cause, man, let me tell you, the amount of PMs I've dealt with, it's like, yeah, we're just gonna have to have this done in 2 weeks. We didn't even talk about it.
Well, I work more on the ground level rather than like the higher level stuff. I work more with engineers rather than like VPs and stuff like that.
What a blessing. What a blessing.
Wait, so this is a great point where like, like so I have like a project manager as well, right? And I see him struggling and like kind of fighting for us on the phone, like, every day sort of. So I want to ask my first kind of like, like question, which is what are like the most like challenging aspects or moments, in your leadership roles? And I think like, project management would come with plenty of those. So, what would be some that you'd like, note?
I would say it is something similar to like how you gotta fight for I guess like the workers in a sense, or the engineers. Like I understand there's a tight timeline. It's like, oh, we promised them this at this point, and sometimes you're not gonna get that product out in that time. So the hard part, I guess, for me is figuring out, is there a way to push the timeline back, and if not, is there a way to lessen what they want for this product going forward? Like let's say they want, I don't know, an app that you could browse pictures on and edit. So if they need it out by a certain date and we can't get it, it's like, all right, you're not going to get the edit function, but you could have the app. It's like trying to figure that out and then navigating that. But I think for me, the hardest thing is implementing change in like teams that I go into.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so mainly they hire me to try to streamline their current process or workflows, right? So I would go in and try to make changes, but there's some people who are very stuck in their ways and they'll push back quite a bit. And it's like, why did you bring me on if you're not gonna let me work.
Ah, right. That's a sense of like inertia, right? Like they don't want to
Mm.
change it. Ah, okay, okay. Oh,
Yeah, I would
that's
say
rough.
that's pretty difficult.
Are there? Oh, so I get it. So like you basically come into pre-existing team and they have to make changes to those. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah.
Right. Do you ever like Ash? Do you ever deal with like people like that in, I guess like handling this team?
For me, it is pretty different because for the most part, I'm the one who's handling all the planning, so I can, adjust freely. But like for me, like my challenges are people not being able to follow through with things I do ask them for.
Oh yeah.
Or if like someone doesn't like for example, we did a raid train and if someone doesn't show up for their slot or they mix it up like that, it causes some issues. I get sometimes things happen. Or if I ask someone to do something like create a poster or something like that and like they don't follow through, or to plan an event. And I've had a lot of instances where people they just don't do what they were supposed to, so I end up doing it myself, which is why like most of the time I'm planning things by myself. But like Kyoko and Chris, like they can help me with things. But other than that, like for me, it's also hard like making sure everything that I do is fair and like works for everyone, or at least like majority of people. So just seeing how my actions affect everyone, I always try to be careful of that.
Oh yeah, no, I can definitely relate on that one. Ash, on people not necessarily following through with stuff. Like, a prime example being recently, I had a few members of our community really like ask for some more competitive events. They're specifically asking for like another tournament, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll want prize support, etc." And I was like, "Okay, I'll get this organized." And so I got it all organized, and sure enough, the people that wanted the tournament didn't even show up.
Oh my
It ended
god.
up being like I wasn't sure how many people were gonna show up because I hadn't actually done like this level of an event before. Like I haven't actually had like a store kind of support me in this way. So I wasn't exactly sure how it was necessarily gonna go, and I wasn't sure how many people were gonna show up because they also submitted the event to have like 20 people. So I was like, okay, worst scenario, I have to prepare for at least 20 people to show up. So I need to make sure that I have enough materials for 20 people to play. And sure enough, day of, finally get everything set up. 8 people show up. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
And like I said, none of them were the people that were even asking for it in the first place.
Oh.
So it's like, what the hell? Some of them.
That's so frustrating.
I know. I was like, what the heck? And then, sure enough, recently I've had them also start talking again, like, yeah, we need this, we need this. And I'm just like, obviously, you don't understand the amount of effort and work that needs to go into this kind of stuff. So
yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Isn't it so like, isn't it demeaning when that happens? It's like not like it's almost like saying your efforts are disposable. Like I don't know, that makes me really angry hearing that.
Yeah, since we're talking about this right now, I'm just gonna call Nath in chat.
Yeah.
I remember one time I hosted an event and he was one of the people like, hell yeah, let's do it. Doesn't even show up that day.
Wow.
And then he's like, wait, did I say yes? I'm like, yeah. So
wow.
Couldn't believe it, man. I was like, and the next day I'm like, dude, where were you? He's like, huh? Just like how he's doing it right now in chat. And he's like, huh? What?
What?
And he's like, did I agree to that? I'm like, yeah, I have it in writing right here.
Wow, that's wow. Imagine coming into stream and then it turns out to be
Crazy.
your court case in the Supreme Court. Wow, exposed. Yeah. You wanna call objection hearsay or something? Yeah? Oh god. But you know what I'm like, so like listening to you guys, like I guess like there's maybe like different challenges when you're between like leading at the top of a team as well as compared to leading leading a team but like being like having people on the other side kind of like being sandwiched as well, like Maki is. Right.
Yeah. There's varying levels of leadership.
Right. But so in those like so would you have done anything differently? Like for example, like Ninja for those events, right? Like would you have done anything differently? Like maybe put less effort or you know.
Honestly, no. I think I definitely would just kind of keep what I did before. Like,
Okay.
I don't have
Fair
any
enough.
regrets for having that set up because honestly, I think the biggest problem, especially when it comes to kind of like doing stuff within like a community or whatever, is taking that first initial step and being satisfied with disappointment in a way. Because unfortunately, like the Rome wasn't built in a day in a way, so you kind of have to expect have those set like you have to have realistic expectations for how you do things. Like if I known exactly that there was going to be 6 people showing up that day or 8 people showing up that day, then I would definitely make sure that we probably have enough prize support for all 8 people to kind of keep them engaged, have a little bit more fun with it. But at the same time, if people knew I was putting in even more effort for like said 8 people, then we might have had even more people show up. Like it's really hard because people have their own motivations as well as like their own priorities in which to do things. And sometimes what you're setting up isn't a priority for them. And that's okay, I guess. In the meaning that like they're free to choose whatever's valuable to them. But at the same time, it's like it is a little disappointing when someone kind of tells you, yeah, I want this, and then they don't even commit to it.
Yeah, no, that's good. See, I think that's what it like. That's the sort of like balls it takes to be a leader, right? Like not to be like, oh, I'm gonna do less just because of a failure or anything, right?
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
How about you, Ash? Like, is there like looking back at like the recent events, do you feel like you would have done anything differently? I feel like you've got it kind of like down already, right?
Yeah, I've gone through trial and error already. Not to toot my own horn, like all the events that we've planned recently have gone very well.
Yeah, exactly.
And the only times that we've had like something actually go wrong was in our first few months as a team. So I even like then I don't think I would change anything I did because at the end of the day I did nothing wrong necessarily. It's just some people change their minds, they lose effort, or they just don't follow through. And I'm happy with what I did, and I can't control like how other people, act. So
for sure.
Yeah, I'm really happy with everything that I've done. I don't think I would change it.
How about you, Maki? Like like with your current well, I mean, like I don't know what sort of like projects you're dealing with right now, and I don't know if you can say with NDAs and stuff, but like is there any like right, like is there any are there any points of reflection that you've had recently?
Maybe not recently. I guess with work stuff, I don't really put my emotions into it. I'm very separate when it comes to work and personal life. I guess it'd be more for like my dance team. I also used to be tennis captain.
Whoa, okay.
But like for those instances, it's a little bit more personal because they're your friends and you hang out with them quite a bit. I guess trying to not put my emotions into it as much in those times when I have to be like, hey, you have to listen to me, you have to go run, this is conditioning. Don't talk back. Okay, not gonna lie, I made a girl throw up once, but
the pressure. Damn.
No, that's her throwing away her ego, okay?
It's gross. Coming in like J.K. Simmons.
Well, I guess there was one time in my dance team. Okay, just saying, dance community, there's a lot of intermingling and people getting in relationships within teams.
For sure.
We call it team cest.
Oh my god. No.
Wait,
and it's pretty bad when they break up.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I have that with the
so-
team too.
Yeah.
We have the
Oh my God.
craziest thing happen.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
the tea gonna be spilled today?
I mean, if you guys want to know the tea,
Yeah.
this happened a long time ago. This really nice girl joined, and then her boyfriend joined a little bit after at her recommendation. And just like say fast forward maybe a year and a half, she comes to me, hey, me and this person broke up, and it's up to you if you want to kick them, but I found out that they were catfishing me and they were stealing my art and sold my stuff,
Oh my
pretending to like it was there. So
God.
they literally got catfished, and they were art thief. So
Youch.
That's
yeah,
bad.
that was pretty awkward. I was like, holy shit, I cannot believe it. Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. So I
That
guess
must have been rough.
yeah, that's rough. But yeah, team cest. I love that one.
That was a term for it. Team
Uh-huh.
size.
But
But yeah, there was, and then for those two, they were like, okay, we cannot be in the same room together. And I was like, how am I supposed to plan out dance practices if you guys are in the same piece? So I had to section it off, and I'm like, okay, you come in at this time.
Wait, you
And
actually
then you come in at this time. I actually did it for
What
like,
the-
I think like 2 or 3 weeks. And then I got to the point where I pulled him aside because he was also my co-director. And I was like, hey, this is unacceptable. This is
Yeah.
too much work to put on just for this. Just deal with it. Go and deal with it, because I'm not dealing with this anymore. I'm gonna plan it normally.
Honestly, you're way nicer even trying to accommodate that, because
Yeah.
I would have said, you know what, this is your own personal problem, and I'm not gonna let you drag it into our team stuff. So figure it out.
Yeah, so I think that's what I would have done differently, is trying to be a little bit more professional about it. I think I was definitely a little bit too accommodating, and it tanked some of our practices, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, and I can only imagine like some of the pressure that other people were feeling, because I'm sure it wasn't a great feeling in the room when both of them were there.
Yeah, you're like, oh
Like-
shit.
They're like, oh great, they're together again. It's like everyone takes a step back or hold their breath.
Oh
Yeah.
my lord. Oh, that sounds like a nightmare to deal with.
Well, and the fact that he was also your co-director must have been
Yeah.
a pain in the rear, because it's like,
Yeah.
all right,
Yeah.
so now I have to direct everything, and you're just a dancer. Like,
Uh-huh.
It's
Yeah.
okay. He figured it out, whipped
Okay.
himself back into shape. And I'm like,
that's
all
good.
right, he's still my co.
Okay. Oh, I'm glad that worked out. But that does raise the question, like, when you are leading a team, right? Like, even if it's something like fun, like a stream team or like a game kind of thing, like, do you, like, is it possibly like necessary to sort of kind of distance yourself to some degree in that sense? Like, maybe even like have a little bit level of professionalism. Do you think, is that like something that's necessary?
I think it would depend on the situation, but I think obviously it's always good to have like that professionalism if you're gonna be, taking care of a team. I would get it if it was different. If it was just say like me and my girlfriends, for example, then there wouldn't be that need for professionalism. But yeah, I think it's just like a case by case kind of thing,
For sure.
where you can just decide what the boundaries are.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, boundaries.
and then definitely making sure that people know what some of those boundaries are too helps a
Mhm.
lot.
Definitely. Wait, so can I just like say, I love the background. Is that from something?
No, it's not from anything in particular.
It's
No,
cute.
no, definitely not.
It's The Simpsons.
It is The
Oh, okay. I was like, it's like some sort of cartoon, but okay, for sure. It is real living.
My real living room.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm very.
I
into
like how
pastel.
I'm fully like animated. Maki is just fully IRL, and Ninja's just a mix of both.
Yeah, it's like a nice.
He's our love child.
Yeah.
Thank you, mothers.
Wow, lucky.
Wait, but I call Ash mom though.
Yeah, she does.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. This is even more awkward.
Ooh, awkward.
The plot thickens. Now we're
Oh,
really
so
spilling
this
tea.
is the awkwardness that comes from team sets, right? Yeah. Okay.
Oh
the
no.
This is a new
Oh,
term that's
then
gonna
we're
be
gonna
thrown
go into
everywhere.
our family tree with Julie.
Oh yeah. Oh, family web at this point, I would say, right? Like.
It's just
Yeah.
more of a circle at this point.
Yeah.
Like,
Sure. yeah, sure.
lot
Oh
of
my
scribble.
god. Yeah, yeah. No, but like, is that's really interesting though. Wait, what was I gonna ask? Fuck.
Oh, nice.
I got distracted by the Simpsons room. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Boundaries, right?
Boundaries.
Boundaries,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah. Well, okay, so like there's definitely like all these like challenging, like, like aspects like hardships, right? But then like there's also, rewarding, and like, happy aspects, right? So like Ash, do you wanna like tell us like what are some maybe like of like the most like, happiest or most like rewarding moments, as a lead team lead?
That's the easiest question, and it's just hearing from people that they're happy being on the team and they've made friends and like connections, and that like hearing from other people like, oh yeah, so and so is much happier after since she like met you guys or like joined your team, and just like it is the most wonderful feeling hearing that, knowing that I could help, make someone's day better, even if like indirectly doing that. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Empowering.
And I guess would it be something similar for you as well, Ninja?
Yeah, I know, especially like in the miniature community. So this is gonna be the third season in a row that I ran Blood Bowl. And the first couple seasons have been pretty exciting. Like the first one was really nice with people kind of like, I guess the part that was really rewarding was towards the end when people were actually like thankful for the opportunity to actually play and stuff, and just to have a reason to kind of like come to the store and hang out with people they otherwise probably would never sat down and talked with before. And then like since it's the miniatures community, sometimes a hobbyist will actually give like a gift. Like for instance, I got custom made like cheerleaders for one of my Blood Bowl teams, and I was like, oh my
so
god,
cute.
they like painted it up and everything, so I used them as turn
Wow.
markers, and I'm like, this is great.
Oh, that's nice. And every
That's
time
so cool.
every time you use it,
Yeah.
you kind of remember that, right?
Right, exactly.
That's so cute. I love that. Wait, so how about you, Maki? Like what are maybe some like, like rewarding moments, if ever?
I would say probably like after we finish like a performance, it's always like a really good feeling. Okay, so I used to lead the dance team. We were just trolls. We
Okay.
would take whatever memes and insert it into our pieces. Like we had like another one, John Cena. And,
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I
it
love
was
that.
really stupid. Like it got to the point where there was ones that we did, the audience could not understand what was happening because the music stopped and we didn't stop moving. We just kept dancing for another 8 count. So then they started clapping when the music ended, and then they saw we were still dancing, so they stopped clapping, and then we ended, and then it was just dead silence, and we left the stage.
Oh my god.
But that was like honestly one of the best performances we had because the entire set was for us. It wasn't really for anybody else, and it was just fun, and it was nice to know like when I graduated, when I left the team and everything. There's people that came up to me that was like, hey, I wanted to be a part of it. And I was like, why? We just trolled the whole time. And they're like, but you guys are so cool. And I'm like, what do you mean? So it's like it's like stuff like that. Like it felt like me and my friends created something that people wanted to be a part of.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Rice Bowl. Thanks for letting me in, Ash.
I think I first met Maki during my birthday stream, and I was like,
oh yeah,
I think it was playing straight, and then we just kind of met from there. And so thank you to Flag, I think it was
Flag.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Flag doing the hookups.
Which that's to you, right, Ninja? The love shot.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
So I guess we get a lot of that as well with Rice Bowl, right? Like we get a lot of people like, oh, Rice Bowl. Like we have like people like Faye call like Rice Bowl as like the cool club, the cool kids club. Right?
Are you sure that they don't call us the artist stream team?
Oh yeah.
I can't even tell you how many
So
times
many
we've gotten
cracked
that.
artists.
It's true.
I can't even count.
Wait, do you have like have a like are you aware of like how like what's the percentage of like artists in the team?
Ooh, definitely over 60%.
Okay. Okay.
It's definitely you guys have taken the majority. I don't know exact numbers right now. I can always get that later, but you guys are definitely the majority now. But all those like artist stream team comments came when you guys were the minority. So I don't know, man. Maybe you guys try to like invade us on purpose, you know?
We just took over the house, right? We have the Senate.
But I mean, like, I get it. Everybody in the art community is like super close together, so one artist will attract, you know, a lot of others.
I see. Thank you, Maki, for like the interpretive dance for the for the artist. Love that. Wait. So, yeah, like I guess there's those words of not just encouragement, but like gratitude and stuff can be really like big, right? Alrighty. So okay, so there's like obviously like the more like rewarding and challenging moments, but like can you guys think of any sort of like memorable or like funny moments from like your experience as like a leader? Maybe it's hard for like as a project leader, but
mine's gonna be interesting. Well, I mean, everyone's gonna agree. The funniest moment that we've had is Will's scream video.
Yeah. Wait, if you ever like if you find the link.
That one, I don't think anyone can really top that, honestly. But for me, our most memorable as a team was our charity event where we raised over $11,000 for St. Jude. That was the most incredible moment of my life. Just smashing our goal, everybody coming together, and it was just a great time.
Yeah, that was like that was just mind-blowing, wasn't it? Wait, do you remember how much we raised?
I believe it was 11,800, but it's on the website. I can double check. Our original goal, it was $10,000. We raised $11,400.
That's like
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's usually like doesn't make sense to like have like go above like our goal like that, right? Like that's really amazing. Yeah.
I was honestly really nervous when I first set that 10K goal, but just seeing everybody come together and like working so hard as a group, that 100% will be the most memorable thing.
Oh man, definitely. Yeah, like even I remember like wait, was I a part of it? I don't think so. Wait, was I? No, I don't think so.
You were on hiatus.
Oh yeah.
But you were there supporting us, like
regardless.
regardless.
In spirit and all that. Just like in the sidelines. How about you, Ninja? Like what are some like do you have any like memorable or like funny moments or
Yeah, I know for a lot of like what I try to do is, especially with the league, is I make sure that people understand that it's not necessarily wholly competitive, because I understand that especially as a new player it can be kind of a turnoff when someone is badgering you for misplays as well as like not properly painting or like et cetera. So I try to like keep everything at like a lower level. So for instance, like for basically what we have as our Super Bowls, which are like the big finals match, I try to always throw in like some ridiculous ruling. Like in the game you can have different kind of like pitches which influence and have different random rules. And for not last year but the year before, we did like basically every turn or every time there was like a touchdown or something, we'd swap the pitch to some other new rule shenanigans.
Okay.
And that got chaotic. And I mean, obviously some people are still going to be pretty nitpicky, but adding a bit of variance or shenanigans that's outside their control is always like a fun kind of like experience for me as a commissioner, because it's kind of my way of just trying to tell them to simmer down.
Okay.
This is gonna be stupid, I understand, but just simmer down.
When you throw in a teaspoon of spice, a teaspoon of chaos, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And make sure to have plenty of that available.
Mhm. And I guess that's something like you see in like the team as well, right? Like you have some of those like chaotic moments.
Oh yeah.
Oh, plenty,
Uh-huh.
really.
Yeah.
It's always chaos.
Mhm. So yeah, speaking of chaos, like how about you, like Maki? Do you have any like maybe I guess like with a whole team of troll, like like
It's just always funny.
uh-huh,
We literally
uh-huh.
sit there and we're like, okay, give me all the memes. What are we gonna add today? We have like a 5-minute set. How many memes can we smash in here?
Oh my god.
At one point, we had a set we called the sex set, and we
What?
literally, because our guys didn't have abs, right? We took a Sharpie and we drew abs on all of
Oh
them.
my
And
god.
we had a part where they like lifted their shirt, but the thing is, they started sweating, so all the abs started bleeding.
Oh
Even
no.
better.
No,
That's weird.
No, but that was according to plan, right? That was
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all according to plan.
Yeah, all
so it
according
was
to
a lot of like chaotic moments. Sometimes we have some members who can't really contribute as much time, but we still want them to be a part of it, right? So we're like, all right, you could have a cameo. What do you want to do? We literally had one guy just scooter across stage before the set started, and he just left, and that was it. And he just had a scooter, and he just
He just
scooted,
had a scooter, and that was it, huh?
and that was it. And then there was some other random moments, like the day before the performance, we found a bunch of cardboard,
okay.
and we made a rocket ship.
Okay.
Because we used the what's it, the "You're going on a trip in your favorite rocket ship."
Yeah,
We used that song, a little Einsteins, and then this other guy, he also didn't have time to actually learn the pieces, right? So he just built a rocket ship the day before out of cardboard, and they just jumped across stage in a rocket ship. So yeah, so what I'm saying that it's like a whole team of trolls. Like nothing really made sense. We just picked people from like, because we were all dancers. We all were in like multiple teams at that point. We had like a serious team that we competed with.
Okay.
And then we had this beautiful child of trolls.
Yeah.
So like we didn't really care too much, and I think that's what made it so fun.
But I
And
love
now they
that.
really-
Sorry, I just
go
want
ahead.
to say I love that like professionalism and that like, all right, give me all the memes. How many memes can we put in there? It's like that like that logical way of like absolute chaos. That's great.
Yeah, I still had to do like the Excel sheets. Like, okay, practice are on these days. We're doing these songs, and then I have to be like, okay, we need 5 people for this piece, 15 people for this piece. So it's like I do all the logistics, but in between, it's like, all right, give me the memes. What do you want to do here? Let's do a troll dance.
I love that. Wait, so is this something from before? Like, is it like done now, or are you still doing this?
I'm not part of that team anymore. I have them tatted on my wrist. That's how much I love them.
Oh my god.
But it was like a group of us that got tatted together, and then we're like, tattoo or cut.
Oh my god! Wow.
We got a rice bowl on this wrist now.
Yeah, wait.
Branding, don't you know?
Oh yeah, it's branding.
Oh my god. Yeah, Ninja, do you wanna show us your butt, like where we have the rice bowl?
Yeah.
Like,
Give me a minute here.
You see that little spot on his forehead where it's like
Oh,
going through?
that-
That's it right there.
Oh, that white. Oh my god.
The brand.
Oh my god. Where would I get my bread? I guess.
Mine on your forehead.
Oh, my forehead.
Your big fat forehead.
I
Oh my
don't have a
God.
big. Do I have a big forehead? I don't know.
Make it like
Maybe
a
I do.
teardrop.
Oh yeah, that'd be cute. Yeah, just like a rice bowl here and a bead on one on the other side now.
Well, knowing Rue, and a certain picture we like to see, maybe on his butt.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
What is this picture you guys like to see?
He likes to
I'm sorry, but-
make my timeline
I'm
horrifying,
sorry. Oh my god, please.
If you know, you know.
I'm a boomer. I don't know how to use the technologies. Okay, it was.
Or
I don't think this has anything to do with
I
technology.
don't-
It's just you being freaking shameful on the timeline. Okay? Shameful.
can someone send this to me so I know
No, you don't
wanna
to
see it,
avoid
but-
it?
I can tell you what it is. But I mean, I don't think you really want to see it. But Rhubarb likes to tie himself up and post thigh
No,
pictures on
yeah,
Twitter.
to post that. So moving on to the next question.
I had to mute him on Twitter, and I almost blocked him. Okay.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just do
Hmm.
the same here. Yeah.
I mean, I know
Yeah,
that.
let me just scroll through this
I don't know
timeline
if it's
so I
still
could
up.
block
No,
it.
profile anymore,
God forbid,
but-
it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Yeah, yeah.
If you ask Edu, she probably has it.
Oh, she definitely will. She'll have a lot more actually. Wait, what?
Okay. Next question.
Yeah, like even Chris. I think Chris unfollowed me. Like.
I blocked you a good amount of times.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
I'm so sorry. Man, yeah, I guess. Yeah, memorable moments.
Everyone's just getting
Memorable.
exposed today.
Yeah, I know, right? Wait, Maki, anyone you want to expose? Like while we're at it, like and also Ninja.
Flag
Like...
likes feet. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, wait, yeah. No, it's true. It's true.
Okay,
Mhm.
it was a long ago joke.
Where are you? Flag. Wait, well, you were here like, wait, weren't you here just now? Oh my god, please.
He was here. He was just
Yeah.
like, I see you caved.
Flag is streaming.
Oh, okay. Fair. Oh yeah, Ninja. Anyone else you'd wanna call out?
Oh, call out. There are so many people I would love to call out. Oh man, so many.
Yeah.
Spill the
They would
tea.
explode. Yeah,
Spill
right.
the tea. I'm new here. I need to catch up.
Yeah.
It's
Well-
important for leaders to share information with each other.
Yeah, transparency, right?
Yeah,
it's all about
transparency is key.
transparency.
We need the beans.
Give 'em the beans.
I mean, in terms of like tea, I feel like there's been a lot of tea to share on the team. So like, is there like any other like you would mention like one, right, which is the the charity event as being like memorable. But is there any other like memorable like tea or moment that that comes to mind, Ash?
Oh, there's a lot, but I don't know if I should share it, like this. But I mean, we've had our fair share of like stalkers and weirdos,
right.
and
Yeah.
like there's that tea,
Okay.
I mean, like there's like obviously member tea where I could say things without saying names, but there's a lot,
Mhm.
there's a lot out there.
Yeah. But in terms of like memorable, like the more recent like the art trade went really well, huh?
That was so
Oh,
fun.
the art trade, yeah, it was really good. My first time ever doing anything like that, and Maki here actually participated.
Yeah.
It was super great.
It was super
Wait,
cute.
are you one of them artists too? Oh no.
One of
Yeah.
them.
That's
One
what
of
I was
them.
doing. I was like, yeah, artist, 60%
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the 60%.
Yeah. I'm doing it as well, but my VTuber
I'll
doesn't
get
follow.
some numbers later, and then we'll see.
Oh my god, she's gonna do the analytics. She's gonna do all the information.
Yes.
Bust out the Excel sheet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
the
yeah,
Excel.
Where's the pie chart?
Oh, don't worry. I
The
have a sheet of all the members and everything.
Oh my god, she's got eyes on us. Not big brother, it's big sister.
Man, I've had a few members on the team tell me at one point, they're like, Ash is so intimidating. And I'm like, oh my god.
I hear it so often, not even just from stream team members. Because, I'm mod in a lot of chats, so I do get that very often.
Oh yeah.
I'm not that scary to most people.
To most people.
Not gonna lie, I
Tony's
heard
like
that
shivering
too.
and like puking in the corner right now, just thinking about me.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, I like told Flag that I call you mother, and he's like, you what? And I was like, is this not okay? Am I not allowed? It didn't look like she hated it. Should I stop? And I was panicking.
Honestly, mom is like one of my most common nicknames.
Oh my god.
Since
Yeah.
because I mod in so many chats that it just kind of became a thing in a lot of communities, and it's just a reoccurring thing, no matter what. So it didn't like phase me at all. But I was just like, oh, she thinks of me like that. That's kind of cute.
I was like, oh, panic. Was this wrong? Was this bad? Because you're like the stream team leader. So I was like, yo, the stream mom, stream mother.
No, I definitely got that a lot. in just so many different communities, even though they weren't connected at all. It just always came back. And even like with my IRL friends, I'm the mom friend,
Uh-huh.
so
Yeah, she definitely dotes on
not
Lisa.
surprising.
Wait, did I tell you guys like my nickname in the boarding house in high school was like between like the Japanese students was like hahawe, which means like mother in like a very formal way. I was so
in a very formal
yeah,
way.
it's not like mom, it's like mother, you know, like like mother sort of,
Okay.
you know.
Okay, whoa.
yeah.
Mother.
Yeah, mother.
Mother.
Oh, yeah. Wait, just do you want to take this like occasion and like share like what was your first impression of like of Ash?
Oh God.
I remember my first impression of Ash.
Yeah.
I remember mine of yours.
Oh
now.
yeah. Okay.
I know. First time I actually had any interaction with Ash. I think it was Among Us, because Among Us was before the big DVD tournament. I think. Or was it the other way around?
I feel like it was
might have been
the other way around.
Yeah, because I remember actually playing Dead by Daylight with you at one point during another stream member's team, Blue Ajisai. She was doing a Dead by Daylight tournament, and I was on Ash's team, and she was like, pretty supportive and stuff. I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, all right, I'm down. Well, I guess what really stuck with me though was later when we actually did do the Among Us stream. Because at one point, Blue had gotten her whole like community together, and Ash took part. And I vaguely remember Ash from the initial like DVD thing, and we were going through, and she is very accusatory. And so for the very first few matches or whatever, he's like, "It's so and so, I know it." It's like, okay. We go ahead, we eject so and so, and everything's fine.
No, the worst part is the person that accused Q-san,
Mhm.
she
Oh,
doesn't know how
Q.
to like speak up.
Oh
So she
yeah.
couldn't defend herself.
Oh yeah.
So that was made it worse.
Yeah, you just threw her out the airlock. Just didn't even do anything. Well, I mean, she was allowed to. Well, and then it was funny because then like the second round, I was like, all right, I'll stick around with Ash because she seems to be pretty all right. And like the second we were alone, I think I was immediately killed. And then she I think she self-reported and then said it was someone else. I was like, that dirty two-faced
Ruthless.
Big brain, okay? It's big brain.
And the fact that like the next couple games I still blame Q-san and you guys still believe me was crazy.
Like, it's Ash. She's not lying. She was right the
Wow.
first time.
Yeah. My most memorable thing about Ninja is we were playing DVD together, and he threw the pallet down while I was still on the other side with the killer. And I was like, bro, you're freaking kidding me right now.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, here, you don't need this.
Wait, that was the moment that
That was one of my earliest moments of earliest memories of Ninja. Him killing me.
I'll be honest, I'm really glad that both of our like core memories of each other are betrayal. I think that's pretty tough.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, Maki.
Honestly, I was just in Ash's stream the first time. I think it's the first I've ever actually like spoken, interacted with Ash.
Well, Maki, here's
Mrs.
Mrs.
Just like looking through the Discord, and then be like, "You put that again," and I'm gonna block you or something. And I'm like, "Oh shit! I need to be careful about what I say."
But
Wait.
luckily that's only towards the guys and me.
All right. Wait, can I raise this? I feel like there's a great discrepancy in like what's tolerated between guys and girls in this
Okay,
scene.
wrong person. That's okay though. That's okay. I turned out the wrong person. That's all right. He can stay. You see, Ninja? You see what happened? Casualties.
Wow. Oh yeah. Oh, it happened.
Casualties.
Ooh. 600 seconds. Oh man. Wait, guys.
Okay, someone else can get him.
Guys, salute.
I don't unban him.
Goodbye. Lamau.
Okay, I fought in the gulag before. I'll make it out again.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, here's Shepivon, Maki.
Why don't we flip this around here? Rue, what's your initial encounter with Ash? Like, what's your
Oh
initial
man.
impression?
Okay, okay, the one thing I know about Ash's first impression of me, so like at that time, like when I first started streaming, I had like a kind of like a placeholder 3D Vroid model,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the thing is, okay, so here's the thing, right? Like the Vroid model is free. So that's why it's like, there's low, how do I say this? Like low something of entry. What's the word? It's easy to get into. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Well, like if you had to do like a live 2D model, it's sort of like, there's like you have to pay for that, you have to get like, VTube Studio and all that, right? So because of that, wait, like Ash, are we allowed to talk about this? Is this okay or? Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
So,
Sure, whatever. You
so
can tell everyone how I thought about you.
yeah. It's like she didn't want me in the team actually.
I thought rhubarb was annoying
Ah.
and weird, and I still do. But at least to like an acceptable, point.
Acceptable
I'm-
point.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? This is growth for Ash. She has learned to tolerate this annoying little thing in the team. Okay, good for you, Ash. Good for you.
Thank you.
Wait, something similar happened to me
Oh,
in
yeah?
our dance team.
Oh yeah.
There was one
Share
person
the
who
team.
really wanted to join, and people were telling me like, "Hey, this guy wants to join the team," and I was like, "No, he's annoying. I don't really want him in the team." And then it was like maybe like a year later, he like kind of went through some shit, and he got less annoying, and I'm like, "All right, he could join now."
That's the thing. Rhubarb's not even less annoying. If anything, he's more annoying. But I don't know.
No.
He's useful sometimes.
He's useful.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
But Rhubarb, you're supposed to tell them your impression of me.
Oh okay, I am probably one of the many unvoiced the voiceless people who were kind of intimidated.
Nice.
I mean, okay, but rightfully so, right? Rightfully so. Like, I feel like I'm justified in being like intimidated, like some degree, But okay, no, I was like, okay, at the same time, while I was intimidated, I did have a lot of admiration, right? Because like all the teams that I had like experienced before that were like, like Ashley, like, you were just talking about this earlier as well, but like, it was kind of distant and it didn't really feel like a team, right? It sort of felt more like a collection of streamers with one data point kind of connection, sort of, right? So when I saw how like engaged the team members were, like I thought this was very like unique. Like I remember just thinking, wow, this is unique. So and then like as the kind of like the head of that was like, so maybe that was honestly, I feel like that was also part of like that intimidation, you know what I mean, like of you leading this very unique thing that I was not like have not seen before. So I guess that is like definitely my impression. It was like admiration but also intimidation.
Oh, how sweet. I'm still gonna bully you though. Don't think you won brownie points for being sweet.
Yeah, no, I'm just okay, but you know that like I'm very like, objective when I say shit, right?
No, I know. Yeah, for sure.
Also, like I'll just take the opportunity to say like, hi Kelly, welcome and thank you so much for coming. Oh wait, like did you get were you able to be a cultist in Kelly's cult Ash?
Oh yeah, I am.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. All right. So, that was some of like our, challenging, rewarding, and memorable moments, right? Wait, so as team leads, right? I feel like you guys have always been like leaders in some way or other, right? Do you think that like being a leader is sort of like kind of like not innate, but like something that, you start off like as being, or like what's your thoughts on that? Wait, did that even make sense? Was that even English? Did I speak English?
No.
Yeah.
I think I know where you're coming from. That you're basically saying that, like, are you a born leader? Or
Yeah,
are you
sure.
able to acquire leadership skills?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be honest, like, I know in like early schooling and whatnot, I was actually super shy, and
Kitty.
I know. Sorry. He's very needing of
Mhm.
attention right now.
Mm.
And it was a little hard for me to kind of like make friends at one point. And I guess what ultimately came down to like the ride or die situation was like, what did I really have to lose?
Mhm.
Because at that point, I looked at myself and I was like, I really hadn't gained anything. So what more can I go for here? And I think it's definitely something that the biggest, I think one of the most notable skills for a leader, especially, is having confidence in decisions. Because I
Mm.
know, especially when someone starts to have some form of like analysis paralysis, it
Mm.
really kind of like has ripples within a group. Because if no one takes responsibility, it's hard to kind of just follow, I guess, in a way.
For sure.
And yeah, because initially for me, it was like theater and stuff that really kind of helped me become a bit more confident in, well, myself in a way,
Mhm.
to be able to actually like state my opinions and then just state them and not worry about any sort of like aftermath, and thus be able to like make decisions later down the road and be like, hey, actually, you know what, X is probably better than Y, or et cetera, like that. So I think it's definitely something that is more or less learned than actually like born per se. I don't know. I guess Maki, Ash, if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I would agree to that. I think you can learn a lot. You could learn a lot of the leadership traits, but what you need before that is the, I guess, initiative to want to step up or the want to learn, right? You need to have that kind of drive in a sense to want to become a better leader. And then at that point, you don't have to be like a born leader. You'll just kind of learn as you go. It's like a lot of trial and error. But yeah, I was the same as you, Ninja, back then. I was really quiet. I was one of those kids where the teachers had to bring the parents in and be like, she needs to talk more. She doesn't say anything in class.
She broke it. She needed to.
She's just mute.
Just mute.
Oh
Yeah.
I would say I'm the opposite of you guys. I feel like I was naturally born into this because, like, as I was telling Rue before you guys joined, I've been doing leadership things since I was in elementary school.
Ooh.
And like even it got to the point where I was like taking calls for the secretaries. And there's this one day I remember my mom had called trying to talk to me, but she said I sounded like so professional, like she didn't even recognize me. So like that was
Whoa.
pretty, like it was pretty crazy. It was so funny. But like I can relate to like Ninja. Like I didn't have like a lot of friends back then, but like luckily for me, I was really into like leadership stuff. So even though I didn't have friends to like go outside and play with, I, stuck around the office taking calls, help organize stuff, looked after the younger classes. So I do feel like I was born into this. But I mean, like I did go through like a lot of times where I wasn't always doing leadership stuff because like I got bullied a lot when I was younger, and like I didn't have like a whole lot of friends until high school. So yeah, I feel like a lot of things can be learned. Like a lot of the confidence stuff I learned as I grew older, but everything else, like I feel like I've always had that.
Yeah, there definitely is like some sort of like a tendencies, right? Like for leaders. The other thing I noticed is that like I see people who are like maybe like not leaders, when they were young, become leaders, but I never see people who are like really active from the get-go become like less active. You know what I mean? Like I always feel like people who are quote unquote born leaders like stay kind of like leaders, like stay all gung-ho as they go. Like I've never seen anyone go the opposite way. You know what I mean?
I have.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people that I grew up with, like really outgoing, really out there when they're younger, just kind of like dulled down. And I feel like most of the time is because they had like really strict parents. And like they had like their life planned for them. So I feel like it's like those moments where people kind of take a turn.
Okay. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that sort of like leads into what I wanted to ask after this was what's something that you think most people don't know about being a leader, or what you think people need to know more about being a leader? Maybe this is a little bit more open-ended. So
How much effort every single thing takes.
Oh yeah.
For me personally, like a good example is like raid trains. People think it's just like we schedule, each person each hour and then we'll raid, and it's just like really simple, but like they don't think about I have to take into consideration everybody's schedule. Some people are available only like 1 hour, 2 hours. Some people are available all day. And then I also think about who has raided who before and who has started the raid train, who has ended it, what everybody's playing and doing. Like I try to like space that out. And I feel like a lot of people just don't realize it's a lot of work and it's very stressful.
Yeah, definitely.
And like even for like things like recruiting new members isn't like always like the easiest thing too. It's not just like putting it out there. You have to manage their socials. You have to make sure you do a bit of research about who you're bringing in, because you never know what kind of things like they've done or said before, and they're going to be representing you and your group. So like there's just a lot of different aspects.
I feel like Maki, you'll see a lot of that like in your work, right?
Sorry, in my what?
In your
In my
work,
team?
like yeah.
My work. Yeah. I guess I would say for, advice or things to take note of is you do want to take everybody's thoughts into consideration, but ultimately you're gonna have to make this decision at the end. Like, the whole thing, there's too many cooks in the kitchen. If there's too many people just yelling different things, you're never gonna get anything done. You have to be the person to be like, all right, thank you for letting me know everything. I know all the facts now. We're gonna go in this direction. And you have to kind of be firm with it. Otherwise, you're just not gonna move forward as like a team.
Oh, that's big. Yeah. How about you, Ninja?
I'd say most definitely taking that first step may seem very intimidating at first, especially when you're starting out something. Like I guess as far as being a leader in like a community. But it's one of those things that when you build it, they will come. And it's kind of having that patience and perseverance to kind of roll with the punches. Not every event is going to be a knockout of the park. Not every time are people going to be like prioritizing or literally fully committing to what you think is a priority. But don't necessarily take that to heart, because honestly, everyone's human, and this is gonna how it be. So I guess as far as advice for being a leader, just take the first step and just kind of keep rolling with it, because yeah, eventually people will be interested, people will want to join, and eventually you'll make a name for yourself to where you become sort of like infamous in a way.
Right. Speaking of infamous, I kind of want to bring this up because I think it's a really big like concern for a lot of us. But the part of Chur is saying the part of being a leader I'd be worried about the most is having someone under me do something that reflects on me in a bad way that should always stress me out if I was in charge of something. And I think that's really big. Do you guys ever feel this as well, or?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah.
Especially with cancel culture, like so huge on Twitter, the tiniest thing could just blow up.
Right.
And I mean, like, I've definitely had my fair share of like people, doing something that wasn't acceptable, and we had to remove them. And luckily, it didn't like reflect on us negatively. But I'm always like worried that something like that will happen, which is why I'm like so careful and selective with people I bring onto the team. Like, I can't even tell you how many people on the team that I've rejected before, and I accepted them on their second or third application because I want to see, like, are they actually interested in us, or are they just trying to get ahead, or something like that, like ulterior motives. So
like they're trying to get clout or something.
I mean, it's definitely happened before,
right,
which really sucks, and that's why I'm like so weary of everything. But yeah, like luckily we haven't had anything too big happen, and I'm hoping it stays that way too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Ash's spidey sense, right?
Ash's spidey sense.
No way, let's talk about this, because like I think this is actually like a really big like objectively speaking, this is a very important thing for leaders, and maybe you guys can you guys can also talk about it, but like your eye for people and your intuition for people, like how big do you think that is for like being a team lead?
Well, you definitely have to have at least some sense of it.
Right.
Can't be like Will, accept everybody, let him in, as he would say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, like the dance team that I was in, we were invite only. Well, it was
Okay.
only because we were just a group of friends, right? So then
Okay.
we wouldn't hold auditions or anything. We'll just like have a workshop, and then we won't tell people it's audition, but then we'll see who shows up, and then we'll see who we vibe with, and we're like, all right, we'll send them an invite. And that's how we do it. But it's also like with the dance team, I don't know if you guys know anything about the dance communities, but there was a really, really big Me Too movement like last year.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of people got canceled. This is all because, I mean, it's like you have a director and then you're a dancer under somebody. It's that power dynamic that's really bad.
Right.
So I am pretty glad that my team, even though I'm not a part of it anymore, nobody in there really did anything bad. And I would like to say it's because we like screened them in a sense. So I think it is really important to feel it in your gut when if like somebody gives you a weird vibe, you're like, maybe not.
Yeah.
Right.
I should have kept my gut feeling with BrownGuy, but that was a mistake. That haunts me to this day.
Yeah, see, BrownGuy says he knows all them dancers.
Oh wait, so Nama, do you know all these dancers, or do you know all these dancers? Like,
That is the question.
Yeah. How about you? Like how important do you think is that the spidey sense, or like that like intuition for people?
I think it's very important. I know actually, it's funny enough. We're pretty bold in our screening process. So one of the first things that we put on all our posters are no Nazis or Putin are allowed to join in our leagues. And
I mean,
it's so funny because people will always be like, but why? And it's like, well, do you care? Are you a Nazi?
Why?
Why question?
Does it matter to you?
why, right?
Yeah, like, so there's a few people that have definitely made it onto a shaky list that I'm like, possible Nazis, must keep monitoring. And the rest, they don't ignore, if they just ignore it or laugh at it, then you know they're cool. But the rest of them, you're like, got your special section.
Oh God.
It's odd.
It's funny that we're talking about like the intuition thing, because I was talking to Chris the other night and I was saying like, if one day I had to give rice bowl to someone and have them take over, I did say I was considering Rue as like the top person, but Chris was like, Rue can't do it, he would just accept everybody. And I was like, oh, that's true, but he actually gets shit done,
No.
But I mean, it's true, like, you're really nice. I feel like you would be on the very accepting side of things.
Yeah, okay, so if it was me, okay, so first of all, like, let's say that, let's just put it out there, disclaimer, this is, like, extremely hypothetical, because there's no way I'd be able to fill those boots, right? Like, but if I was to do it, like, I think the key point with this would be delegation, which means that I'll put together, like, how you have, like, and I was part of it, like, one point as well, like, it was really fun, but you and, who else? You, Crisp, Will, Cam, I think, as well, would like
they're just there to watch. I do all the decisions.
Oh, I guess, but like you kind of like exactly. So you have that spidey sense, and you trust that, so you can do it on your own, and they're just there to like watch. But then if it was me, I would probably have like a full on like committee of like really trusted, members, and then I'd basically delegate the spidey senses to them. You know what I mean? And like
at least you have that weakness, you can't do it.
Exactly, and
the first part is admitting it.
Exactly. No, the thing that's really like like we laugh, but then I feel like that's really important, like as leaders, right? Like we can't do everything, right? So being able to understand like what we can and can't do, and then to delegate accordingly, right?
You know, as a leader, it is your responsibility to find other people to do that job.
Right.
That's kind of how it works.
Exactly.
That's how you know you become
That's why I
an
keep
effective
Kyoko
leader.
around.
Just
It is
keep
very
He's
bullying.
both for YouTube.
Actually.
But I am actually really glad like I have a good sense of like reading people. Like I've had a lot of times in the past where people would like recommend their friend and I didn't accept them and then they'd be upset first, but then like a couple months later they're like, I'm so glad you didn't accept them. Like they did this and this and this and they're really fucked up and I'm like, okay, well, nice. Another one for the books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ash
But
out
I mean
here
like that's
me,
happened
though.
with like multiple different people, like not to call it rude, but like he recommended someone and then like just they never like streamed at all after that.
Oh,
And then I just like
yeah.
felt like there was just like something missing. So I mean like it's not like their fault, but I'm glad I have like a good sense of a lot of people.
But is it, here's the thing, like I feel like it's a mix maybe of something that we have, like, you know, some people are like innately just better at it, or in some, you know, some part of it is like, you know, you kind of learn from experience, right? Like Maki, do you feel like, you know, like what do you feel about this, like, you know, spidey sense as well? Like do you feel like you've had it, or you've like kind of developed it after like working with a lot of people?
It's definitely developed.
Okay.
It's like you get fucked over a couple times. You're like, okay, I know better now.
Nah.
Yeah. You start to see the warning signs. You're
Yeah,
like,
you see the
okay, I
warning
get it.
signs. Definitely am too gullible. I'm definitely those people that get scammed outside the bank.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Uh,
Maki.
No.
Yeah.
You're not speaking from experience, are you? You just it's using it as an example. That's not like an actual thing.
Oh,
Maki, go.
Oh,
No, sorry.
God.
Oh, no.
It was a sad moment, okay?
Oh god.
They're like, oh, I can't cash this check. Can you cash it for me? And I was like, sure, I can.
Oh, what the?
Damn.
Oh,
I
no.
was a college student and I got my bank account frozen and I lost like $600. And I was like, that's like 2 months rent.
Wow, that's pain.
Yeah, now I know better.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yep,
people.
lessons learned.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, but I do
I'm
have this
sorry.
like Nigerian prince who's actually like interested in like doing some
Oh
business.
yeah.
Would you?
Wait, what's his number?
Yeah. So
Oh,
Ash,
sorry. No, it's not 2 months rent. Sorry. It was
no,
only 1 month.
1 month. Okay, still though, that's still
I was
pain
gonna say, I'm
pickle,
like,
right?
man,
Yeah.
I would definitely like to get in on that. That'd be pretty good.
Wait, but Ash, do you feel like you've developed it, or do you feel like that's something you've always had as well?
I feel like IRA, I developed that really early on because I got bullied and like fucked over so many times from such a young age that I developed that IRL pretty well. But I feel like online it's a lot harder to read people because you choose what you put out there, you know?
Right.
You choose how other people can perceive you. And with that, I don't think that's really something you can really learn as easily or even at all for some people. So I think for the online perspective, I just am naturally good at reading people. But IRL, it was something I learned the hard way. Just like Nike said, you know?
I see.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, especially like online. There's so much you miss about a person, like how they talk or like how they hold themselves, or like what do they do when they say X thing. Online, you only get like what their message is. And maybe some emojis, and you're like, I think I can interpret this correctly.
I don't know, Ninja. Like for example, he could be secretly be a furry. I don't know.
Oh my god, no! I am not a furry. That is so ridiculous.
Wait.
No. Oh my god.
It's like one of our inside jokes with Ninja.
Oh my god.
We've called him a lot of things, and he's a lot of things that he didn't like.
Yeah, don't
you know,
cancel me
he's
right now. We're on a
racist.
podcast.
You know, a little
Please.
bit.
Have mercy. I'm not racist.
No, just kidding. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm joking, okay? But it's our inside joke where we just like, you know, call him a lot of things, you know?
Well, I mean, it doesn't help when like randomly while on a call with, you know, you and a few other people that my dad calls me and he's like, "Hey son, what are you doing on X day?" "Oh, I'm hanging out with friends." "Oh, okay. This isn't one of those furry things, is it?" I'm like, what?
Even You're adapting.
Is this
fast.
confirmation?
So you probably are. Hey, you know what? It's okay. It's okay, Ninja. I know an up and coming furry artist. I can hook you up.
Furry artist. I don't want to know. I
Wait.
just sold their soul. I don't want to be
I
a
went
part
to
of that.
Denver once, and I was walking down the street. I saw a furry, and I was like, "Oh wow, there's a furry like street performer in Denver." And I looked over, and there was more. Apparently, it was a convention. It was called Denver.
No.
You know what's the worst thing for us? We have bronies,
Oh my god.
and yeah.
Oh
You
wait.
know, when
Hmm?
well, I was just gonna say when I was in college, we
Uh-huh.
had the corner. There was a corner in the lunchroom
Oh
that you
no.
just don't go to because it always had like people dressed in like various animal like parts of clothing and
Were you
playing
part of
League of
it?
Legends. No, I was not a part.
I mean, that's when you're like you blossomed as
That's
a
what
leader,
you know about it.
right? Like
Right.
that's
You
how
just
your
move on.
leadership.
You walk, you keep your eyes forward. You don't look at the corner.
No. No, he's not looking at it because he's looking out from it, right? As the leader. That's the
Oh,
that's
right.
how.
You're right.
Right. I guess you got to start being a leader from a young age like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's like,
Makes
Ron
so
means
much
I love
sense.
you.
Yeah.
The best way to lead is from the back. Let me tell you.
Oh my god. Tony said you should have growled at them.
Just start barking.
Oh
my God.
What were we?
Yeah.
What were we? How did leadership turn to furry?
Yeah, we got off the wrong topic. We're professionals here. We're professionals.
No, you know, it's like I was saying, you gotta read people. Someone could
Gotta
secretly
read
be furry.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I gotta.
I'm not a furry. I want that to be very clear. Every
Okay.
time I've just laughed, she's been like, "You didn't deny it," so now I have to deny it every single time.
Okay, listen, we said
go on the
things
record.
multiple times
Uh-huh.
for a while, and he didn't deny it at all. So we're like, you're not saying you're not. So, you know.
You know, look. I respect it, Ninja. Just like keep pleading fifth. Just keep
Yeah,
keep pleading
pleading
fifth. Okay, just invoke your right to remain silent. It's okay. Don't worry. We'll get through it. Oh my god. But wait, okay, so that like actually really ties in closely to the next question, which is great. So like the next thing that I wanted to ask.
Furries.
Yeah, furries, right? Does a furry make a good leader? No.
What a
I don't know,
bizarre
Rhubarb, you
question.
tell us.
So actually, no.
If anyone was gonna be a furry here, we all know it'd be Rhubarb.
Wait,
so.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Why?
Okay, maybe not furry, but I am like proud cat mom now. Have like
See, there you go.
yeah. But that's as close as it gets. But no, actually though. So what makes right like a good or a bad leader? And I feel like that like the spidey senses is something, but like what else do you think is like a very important thing for being a leader?
You have to give a shit about what you're, leading
Oh, here.
and the people that you're leading. Because a lot of the times people are just like a power trip, honestly, and they don't give a shit about anything else other than themselves. So, yeah, I feel like that's like the biggest thing. You have to give a shit about it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, define
You have to
your own.
care enough,
Oh, okay.
to put in the work and stuff, and to want to grow. Because even if you're not that great of a leader at the beginning, if you care for what you're doing, you're gonna find a way to make yourself better so that you can make whatever you're doing better. Right.
Mm. 100% agreed. 100% agreed. Because like if your heart's not necessarily in it, you shouldn't be doing it to begin with. Like especially when it comes to like doing anything as far as like a community-based stuff. Because there has to come a point when you have to ask yourself, why are you doing it in the first place? Like what was your initial goal, or like what was your vision? And are you still kind of like in line with what you wanted? Because obviously if you aren't, then there's going to have to be some changes that are going to be made. But if you're still kind of getting to what the end goal is, I mean, then you're doing pretty good, I guess.
So yeah, I guess like that and that like passion or like that like drive to like get better and all that. I guess like do you think that trickles down hopefully like
Oh yeah.
right?
I mean, just look at the team here. Like Ash went ahead, put together a team. She cares about the team, and now we got all kinds of fancy new members that are really cool and fun to hang out with. And apparently call me a furry, but it's fine. It's fine. I won't hold
But
it.
you stick around with us, okay?
Yeah.
You still
This is my
hang out with
first
us every
interaction
day.
with you.
I know. I was gonna say, I'm like, you're really killing my first impression, guys. Sorry. God.
I don't think you would have made a better first impression anyway, so it doesn't matter.
All right, next meetup, I'll bring a
Next
fursuit.
Nah.
You'll bring the fursuit.
Okay, we'll
Alright,
make
I'll
sure
make
it's the
sure to bring my
hottest
best,
day of
like-
the year.
Oh
okay?
no.
Yeah.
just dressed in like all dancing gear and then like a furry head.
Oh,
Oh my
no.
God.
Ugh.
But related to like what you're asking, like another thing that's like super important is like knowing your own limits
Mm.
and like being able to ask people for help. Because some people will think I'm the leader, I should have all my shit together. I can't ask for help. I can't ask for someone to do this. Like I have to do it. Being able to know, what you can do and like everything like you can do in your power, and being able to ask someone else to, help you with stuff too is super important. Like at first, I tried to help people. I tried to ask people for help, and it didn't work out. So I tried to do everything myself, and I got burnt out really fast. So I found people that I could trust, and things just got so much better from there.
Oh, that's big. Yeah. Wait, I want to bring up like two things. So like, Nutman says the best kind of leader inspires new leaders. That's good, huh?
That is good.
Well, 100% agreed. I know, like, a good example for at least something as small as mine, is that with like part of the problem that we've had within our community has been like this lack of commitment and like lack of maintenance. So before me, there was someone who tried to start like a Blood Bowl league, but it petered out after like the first 2 weeks because I understand life stuff probably came up and etc. But it never seemed like we really had anything consistent. It was just always someone meeting up with some friends here and there. But I know one thing that has been nice to see, especially after doing this initial like run of Blood Bowl leagues, is the amount of people willing to step up and actually start performing their own kind of like leagues, as well as like start up their own kind of like communities. And it's very kind of neat being a part of that, like being able to just be a follower to something that started kind of like afterwards. I guess, I don't know. It's really neat.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Like with my team, because it was just a group of friends for the most part, right? But then when my co-director, he was a year older, so he was gonna graduate, we started doing this thing where we find mini co-s, like mini co-directors, like the younger generation that we see that are really invested in the team as well. And then we kind of try to let them in with like, hey, you want to choreograph this piece? Like, hey, do you want to plan out how you want this to be? And by the time like I was leaving, we actually had a couple freshmen that stepped up, and they're like, okay, we want to take over this like entire first piece. So we had like an entire just like freshman piece, and they planned everything themselves, organized all their own practices and everything, and like all their own blocking. So it's really cool to see. Like for sure, you want a leader that inspires others to also take charge.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
I
amazing.
had something similar to that in high school too. Like I said, like I was like leader of our music club, and then like obviously once we graduate, we have to find replacements. So we would often ask, people who are interested to, help us plan things so they can see what it's like and prepare them for when we're gone. So I totally like understand what you're talking about.
And it makes your heart so full. You're like, oh my god, they're growing.
I know.
right. Or like when you come back and you like see one of their shows or something, and you're like, oh, I remember
dude.
that. I remember
Yeah.
them as a tiny wee thing, and look at them
My
now.
baby.
Yeah.
I know, like that was the thing that kind of happened with like my like high school theater club. Was at one point I had become one of the top kahunas, and we had this thing where we allowed for like freshmen to take on like director roles and like kind of take on directing their own shows and their own scenes. They'd like write it out or find something online and just kind of have direct their own stuff. And it's always awesome kind of seeing the new fresh blood
Yeah.
bring
Yeah,
something to
for
the stage, right?
Okay, but like here's my question, because like I don't have a lot of leadership experience, right? So I have to ask, like, does it feel like, I'm sure it's like very heartwarming, but is there any part of it that's kind of like bittersweet, in the sense that like, you know, you're having to like, you know, at one point you're kind of getting ready to let go, right? When
Oh
you're
yeah,
doing
of course.
that, right?
I mean,
Oh,
something
yeah.
that you've built up, and like especially if you have fun doing it, it's always hard to like leave, because like part of you still wants to keep doing that, and part of you wants to, you know, be involved, or like even like have people look up to you. So yeah, definitely it's hard to leave sometimes, but it's also really nice knowing that you know they'll do fine without you as well, because you
Yeah.
help prepare them for that.
Oh man, that, because like listening to this, it feels like for me, it feels like it sounds like bittersweet, kind of like that. So
Yeah,
that's
it was
so
sad. Like all the younger ones, they like made me this giant book, and they're like, cry.
Aww.
Oh.
Wait, that's what the book said? The book said cry.
No, pretty much they're just waiting. They're because I cry very easily.
Aww.
Girl,
Like just
same.
look through it and just cry. There's also really cool because I went back for their like 10-year. It's been 10 years or over 10 years now. We went back and I was like, I have no idea who any of you guys are. And also they're a lot more serious now. And I'm like, they're not trolling anymore. But it's also like part of letting go, right? Like this is the new generation. This is what they want to do with the team. And it's like I kind of like cleaned my hands off.
Right.
It's not really like it's not mine anymore.
Seeing how they grow after you're gone too is just so interesting as well. Like they are their own like people, and just like it's always like really cool.
Yeah, now they're just really cool. And I'm like, damn, we could have never done this.
Oh, but I like, oh god, but that's it's just a shame though. Like, you know, where are the memes, right?
They wanted to take it more serious, but it's fine. It's whatever they want to do with it. Because I was on a high school K-pop dance team.
Okay. Okay.
And there was one guy who graduated high school, but he would keep coming back from college, and he kept on trying to change things up to the point where there was a lot of tension within the team, because that's not the direction that like the team wanted to go with anymore. So I guess there's also the bad thing of like holding on too tightly and not knowing when to let go of something.
Is that maybe something that makes for a good leader though, like knowing when to let go?
I guess so, for like the betterment of the team, right?
I guess. Man, that's kind of sad.
It sucks to know though. You're like, damn, I'm bringing the team down, but it's kind of like knowing when to step down if you care that much for it, right?
Right. You'll know when to let go with it.
Yeah. Though I could never imagine Rice Bowl without Ash though. Right?
Are you asking me to let go?
No, like I'm just on the other what?
Yes, you know what? This is the beginning. I was never a leader.
Is this why you invited me here today? This is your plan.
Thank you for.
Because I told you I would give it to you. You won't
Thank you
let
for
go?
all these years. No.
He like clipped it. It's like I would give it to Rue. Clipped. All right.
Yeah.
Transfer of power has been complete.
No, please, no.
Enter
please.
the furries.
No.
No, ew, no.
Oh,
They're just
no.
like, yes.
Oh
yes.
god, no. Oh no. What? So is this gonna be like Rice Bowl Vdom, but underneath like one team called Furball? Is that what? Oh
The
god.
fact that you probably had that planned out.
No.
He's been planning this whole time, plotting behind the scenes. Rude knows.
No, but okay, no, but actually though, like I can't really imagine, right? Like, can you guys imagine Rice Bowl without Ash? Like, I don't know. Anyway.
I just joined.
Oh
I'll
yeah.
be honest, there have been times
Mom, don't leave.
where like I did feel like I wasn't being a good leader, or that I'm not fit for both teams, that I had considered giving it to someone else.
What? Oh,
it's just
man.
like it's a hard sometimes
Yeah.
because like I don't know if like the decisions I make are the best, or if honestly sometimes if I'm even mentally fit, because
Oh.
Well,
sometimes
that's
it just is really hard.
right, and that's kind of the weight of being the leader, though, in a
Mm.
way. You just kind of it's perfectly fine, I'd say, to kind of waver as far as your confidence, especially when it's expected for you to make the decisions, and it's a little bit harder to depend on other people.
Mhm.
But it, I'm glad that you have it. There we go.
Mhm.
Aw.
Oh, but that's okay. That's a very like good point. So like as leaders, right? We all have like I say we like you guys have like really like tough moments, right? Do you guys have like a support group or anything for those times, or is it like do you just grit it out like like just with a bowl of peanut butter or like whatever like
Oh, bowl of peanut butter. Wait a minute, wait a minute. I know we were joking about the furry thing, but why are we just eating peanut butter?
no, I mean like I know some people are like okay, no, but seriously though, like do you guys like for those tough moments as leaders, like do you have like a support group to come to fall back on, or like how's it
Wait,
like
kind of like,
in those moments?
yeah, I guess
uh
like decompress in a way.
for me, my first point is always Crisp.
Mm-hmm.
Since he helps me run everything, like he knows the things I deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And then I do also have like a group chat with like my closest friends, Ninja
Mhm.
included,
Oh.
where I can like ask for their opinions if
Mhm.
I don't know how to deal with someone, or if I feel like, oh, am I like being biased with the way I think or something, like I can get like reassurance from them, like, oh no, like I sense like bad vibes from this person too, or something like that. Like
Mm.
I can ask them. But sometimes it's like also really hard to ask people as well.
Mhm.
So that's like when I have Crisp, where I can't really hide anything from him. So he can help like talk things out with me.
Mm. I see. How about you,
Yeah.
Maki?
I have a co-director, so normally we kind of go through
Ah.
things together, and then on top of that, after like the first year, we created kind of like a board,
Mhm.
which I mean we're all just close friends, right?
Mhm.
Sorry,
Mhm.
trying not to cough.
No.
So we normally kind of just go through it together, which is nice. With work
Mhm.
stuff, I just rant to my friends about it,
Mhm.
but I don't care too much about work, so
Okay.
So you know how we said like we have to have heart to be a leader? That
Mhm.
only applies for the community. For work, you
Ah.
just get your paycheck, you get out.
Right.
At least that's
Right.
my mentality.
No,
No, I
right.
Probably
respect
not the
that.
best mentality to have, but I mean, companies don't care about you, don't care about them.
True.
Mm.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
Luckily, my company is actually one of those rare ones that do care about the employees. So it's really hard not to put your heart into it sometimes.
Mhm.
That's good though.
Mhm.
Mhm.
How about you, Ninja? Like, rough days, when like the fursuit
Oh,
feels a little damp.
oh, yeah. I know. Like when I initially was doing the league stuff, I didn't have a second in command. It was just me, and so whenever I was starting to feel a little like too like unsure about something, I just go find the worst person to talk to, and I just ask their opinion. And if they give me it flat straight that it's awful, then I
Mhm.
understand. I'm going through with it.
Oh, okay.
But no, now I picked up a second
Okay, that's
person to
good.
kind of do stuff with, because I know, like, especially this last season, I got it's really awkward at kind of
Mhm.
organizing this league and then ending up in the Super Bowl, kind of like the
Mhm.
final game,
Mhm.
because then people are like, ah, interesting. He organized the game and somehow made it all the way to the end. How curious. And anyway, it was at that moment I realized, yeah, I needed someone else to kind of just be in here so people don't just
Mm.
realize it's like me just being like, dance my butt. But, so I did get a second guy to kind of help out, and it's kind of like someone to kind of just bounce ideas off. I'm like,
Mm.
is this too stupid or is this just stupid enough? And he's like, that's just stupid enough. I'm like, I'm glad I brought you on. It is not a mirror. I can assure you that it is not a mirror.
It's his cat.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, okay. His cat's way smarter than he is.
Yeah.
my God.
How dare you?
Love that. Fact. Honestly, cats
Fact,
are
it's cat.
overloaded.
It's ridiculous.
Yes,
Ridiculous.
we know, Rue. You're a cat daddy now.
Yes,
and all you can think about is your
yes,
cats.
all
All you can
hell-
post about is your cats.
That's all hell my overlords, man.
Pictures.
Yeah.
I think we missed a question from Tony.
Yeah,
earlier.
exactly. I was just about to bring it up. Yeah, so like,
Okay.
yeah, exactly. I thought that was a great segue as well to like that. So like, Tony was asking, do you guys think it's a good leader mentality to acknowledge that you're somewhat better than the people you're leading, or to acknowledge like equalness with just the leader role? That was like very interesting.
Oh, I get you.
Mm-hmm.
So superiority versus like, I guess camaraderie. I'd say like it really depends on what you're kind of aiming for, especially like what your vision includes. If your vision includes like a certain group of people being like close knit and well bonded, then definitely camaraderie. If your vision includes like world domination, then obviously
Yeah, I would say I don't think you really need to feel superior to them, because within my team, I was not the best dancer in a sense, right? Or even within my actual workplace, I've never taken I can't code, but I work with software engineers. So it's a lot of the times I'm like asking them like questions. The only thing that I'm better at is planning things out, or at least like I enjoy it to a sense, so I want to do it, right? That's which is why I stepped up to the role. So I don't think you have to show like, oh, I'm a better dancer, so I'm gonna lead this team. I know there are teams that form that way and they don't last for very long.
Oh, okay.
Just because they're coming because, oh my god, this guy's so good at dancing, but they don't plan shit. They're just like, watch me dance, follow me,
right,
and that's about it.
They have a vision, and it's not you; it's in it. It's them as its focal point, which I 100% agree with, because I know like I know this is kind of a really mundane one to bring up, but there's a small like mobile game guild I'm a part of that has had like leadership swap multiple times, and there's this one leader we currently have who is he just does things without consulting anyone. Like he just goes through, purges people from the Discord, goes through, removes people from the guild, and then like he tries to push on certain things that he wants, specifically like certain quotas to be met, or like gear stuff. And it's just like the guild was never really a part of that before, so it was like, why is all of this coming up now? And I mean, obviously it's a mobile game guild. It's, as far as like overall greater picture thing, it is so minuscule, it doesn't matter. But it's like this weird power trip that some people seem to have, especially when they get into like a powerful role, that they're just like, yeah, I will make this happen. It's like, instead of like help it happen in a way, I guess. Yeah, anyway, sorry, Ash.
No, you're good. As someone who hates themselves, I would never think of myself as better than anyone else. And like, especially because I know like how many talented people we have, but like at the same time, like I've been told like also how much better I am than other people at like planning things and like following through with stuff. So like obviously like I have to acknowledge it to an extent, but like I've never once like thought or said like, oh yeah, I'm like better than everyone else on the team, because there is no team without everyone. So I do think of everybody as equal, no matter like how big a channel may be. But like I can admit like I'm good at what I do as well.
I think like everyone here would agree, like like whatever they think about like better or whatever, like some people are like irreplaceable. You know what I mean? And I think like Ash definitely is that. That's what I was saying. Like I can't imagine a team without like Ash. So yeah.
No, definitely, I definitely agree.
Yeah. All right. So actually, like you're talking about like that leader, like that dance leader who just like the best dancer trying to like lead. Like that's a good point that makes me want to ask. Like, what do you think makes a bad leader? Like, what are some bad leaders that you've seen before? And like, what makes a bad leader?
People that are selfish.
True.
Yeah,
Mhm.
someone who isn't considering the needs of others when properly
Mhm.
doing things. Like, it's really hard to get someone else on your side, especially with leading, by only talking about yourself. Like,
Mhm.
that other person, why do they need to care about what you think? Like,
Mm.
it's this like mindset that doesn't seem to include other perspectives in a way. And I think there's just like a level of humility that has to come into play to really start being critical with a situation as far as like how do you improve or how do you get closer to your goal rather than like trying to force pieces to meet. You're making do with what you have, I guess, in a way. Like, you understand that like X member is probably good at this, Y member is probably good at this, and then finding ways in which to like cohesively put them together and have them work together, as opposed to, you know, I need to have this project done in 2 weeks, and I have 6 developers, 3 network engineers, and you know what? Let's just throw a bunch of servers into the cloud and just make that happen. Fun. That I'm not speaking from experience by that at all, because you know that totally didn't happen at my job. But
Yeah, no, that wasn't specific
no,
at all.
no, that wasn't very specific.
Hmm.
Totally like cornered and taken 3 years as opposed to the 2-month window that they initially thought. No. Anyway,
I do want to change mine a bit, even though like I think being selfish is part of being a bad leader. I feel like though to some extent you need to be a little bit selfish sometimes.
mhm.
But yeah, like it's the people who only think about their own personal gain, their own profit, like that is the bad type. But like for me, like I do have like a bit of selfishness when I think like I want to set high goals for the team, and like I feel like there's different levels of selfishness.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Is that selfishness or is that like self-respect in a sense?
I think self-respect is
Right?
more or less the big thing, because like
Yeah.
selfishness is like taking things from someone for your own gain, but self-respect is like honestly treating yourself how you really want to be treated,
Right.
and not
I
letting
mean, I
other
feel like
people
I've made
badmouth it.
selfish like decisions though before in the past, you know?
Okay, like what?
I guess like maybe when I'm like accepting people, like I'm a little bit selfish in that sense. Like I'll be more lenient towards like friends, I
And
guess.
why is that necessarily a bad thing? Like, I guess, sorry to kind of put you on the spot here, Ash,
No,
but
it's okay.
like, as far as how you've been developing this community and everything, everyone has been like very nice and rather like cohesive with one another. Everyone's fairly friendly. And I guess when you are in a position as a leader, I guess, is it really wrong for you to want to put your friends in the community that you made? I mean, I
I mean,
understand
I don't
that,
think it's
like,
necessarily bad. I
I
just
agree.
I think of it as a little bit selfish, but I feel like it's not in like in a bad way.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it definitely is a little bit more, but at the same time, like, I think it's totally justified, because ultimately there is no right or wrong per se. Like, you are the law. So, I mean, ultimately, your decision is going to be what's going to happen. And if someone disagrees with it, well,
Well, fuck him.
tough
Tough
titties.
luck.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, get sucked.
Yeah.
I would say for like that point, you're cultivating your community and you already know your friends fit what you want your community to be like. So might as well bring them in and start building it in that
Right.
sense, right?
And I mean, worst case scenario, if they don't mesh well, then obviously, then you can probably figure it out from there. Ultimately, that's going to probably be something that you would have to kind of help justify or fix in that situation. But considering you're the leader and you understand that this person I think would be a good fit and I want to hang out with this person and I also want to support this person, yeah, I'll let them in my stream team. Like, I honestly, as a leader of a community, I don't think that having some form of special I guess accommodations for your
Bias.
friends, special bias, yeah.
Yeah.
Like literally special bias for your friends is necessarily a bad thing. I mean, especially if you think they're gonna be a good fit.
Yeah.
But just in the past, I have had people like try to bring up as an issue.
Right.
you know.
Well,
and then that's
and
when like
I
I
get it.
thought to myself, like, I guess like I am being kind of selfish like that, but I never like let it change how I run things, because it is
Right.
ultimately like my team. But
Well,
I just
well, and the question is then why did they care? Because ultimately, those people that are making those kind of decisions or kind of like making those judgments, why is it bothering them that a new member has joined the team, especially like if they're a friend of yours? Like, why
Yeah.
should that even
Right.
matter in the long run of things? It shouldn't. So why are they all upset?
it's people that I've rejected.
Well, I know. See, that's the problem. It's that kind of toxic responsibility, like that toxic reaction that makes them upset because they're like, well, I can't be friends with Ash, so I'll never be part of Rice Bowl. Well, yeah, that's just gonna be how it is. If you can't get along with the person who leads everything, why do you think they just let you hang around? Especially since like it just kind of cultivates more of like a toxic environment, especially because I feel like when someone actually says that after you've rejected them, that's just more of them kind of revealing what's really happening on the back end.
Right. Yeah.
We've
And
actually had that.
Uh-huh.
They would like comment on our Twitter posts like,
Yeah.
well, applications are closed, why do they get to join? I'm like,
right.
that's none of your
Because
business, but they applied a long time ago. Thank you.
And that's the thing too. It's like they don't make the judgment. It's not like there is a specific way we judge when members join the team. Ah, yes, on the third solstice of the fourth year, we will accept new rice booty to the cult. No, that's not how this works at all. There is no like
Are you sure?
higher powers. I mean, maybe. I guess I've never. Maybe roll some knuckle bones or something and just be like, ah, yes, the oracle tells us this. Like, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that there is no higher power, and there isn't a, sorry, I don't mean to say there is no higher power. That's not, I'm not saying like no. Anyway, basically what I want to get at is that there is no necessarily justice for like this. This is a team that you created, and these are your rules. So what you say kind of goes.
Yeah. So actually, Kelly.
I am the higher power.
So Kelly summed up what I was thinking as well really well. So it's easier to accept people you know or friends because you feel you know them better and are able to trust them more. And I think that objectively just makes like a lot of sense anyway. Like already as is.
I mean, like, even though I am selfish and I accept friends, like I've also like gone and accepted people I didn't like at all, but I knew they would be a good fit no matter what. And like I didn't like let my bias completely like judge them. I'm not gonna say who, but
no, that's perfectly fine.
No, I know who you're talking about. It's okay. I know.
I'm not gonna say who.
I know.
But no, like
BrownGuy.
at the end, it always worked out. Like the people I didn't like, I came to like to an extent, except for BrownGuy.
Except for BrownGuy. Damn.
You know what's crazy? It was actually the opposite. At first, I was like, okay, I've seen him in Tofu's chat. He's barely talked, but he seems kind of chill. Boy, that was like the worst thing I've ever thought in my life.
Wow.
Damn, he's just getting put on full blast here.
It's been a while since I've roasted him. It was building up.
That's basically all the questions that I had. Like, all the things that I want to talk about. And it is like nearing the last few minutes of our slot. Is there anything else you want to like bring up before like going out? Yeah.
Yes, no, definitely. Maki, so as being a project manager, has there ever been like a developer or an engineer that you're like, yeah, this person can get it done, that you're just kind of totally biased with?
Yes.
See, Ash, it's common.
Yeah. And then there's people, I give them stuff and I'm like, okay, this thing would have taken this other guy like 2 hours. It's been taking you a week.
Yeah,
There's some people that don't get any work done and I'm like, my boss is just like, we found out he was working 2 jobs, so he has so he just ended up not doing any of our work, and I'm like,
wow, so you're just collecting the paycheck. That's so messed up.
Yeah, which is why they bring me in, because I implement like Scrum and everything. So
right.
Every day I'm like, hey, did you do this yet? And they're like, oh no, there's a bug. It's like, okay, what bug? What do you need fixed? And they're like, oh, just working on it. It's like,
And
okay, obviously there's something wrong here.
I need a little bit more details. I may not understand code, but I can say
Yeah.
You're just giving me the reach around here. Like,
Yeah.
just push me around the bush here.
God.
They actually hired me because I don't know code, so they have to explain more about what they're doing to me.
Which is
Oh,
effective
that
Mhm.
makes sense.
because then it's not. Then it gets rid of a lot of the assumptions, which makes sense.
Mhm.
I guess one other question I have for you, Maki. I'm sorry to put you on the spotlight again.
No, it's fine.
But you did mention the dance crew, and I know we've been saying a lot of stepping, and so I must ask: have you seen the Step It Up movies?
Yeah,
my
of course.
God.
The water.
Nice.
All right, sorry.
So we're gonna rice bowl step it up together in
Oh,
the
yeah,
rain.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's gonna happen.
The flooding of California right now. What is
Oh
going on?
Lord.
Everyone, California, we gotta be there.
Oh no.
Speaking of California, we're actually holding a meetup in November, so
Hey,
still
nice
got a lot of stuff to
segue. All
plan
right.
out,
Okay.
you know, got a lot of stuff to plan out though for it. But you know, if any friends are interested in coming, we're gonna have that plan later on in the year.
Heck yeah.
Mm.
So we
Yeah,
gotta-
it'll
we
be in
gotta drain
November. I'm gonna be planning two. For those who know, I take a lot of effort to plan the Vancouver one, so I want to do the same for Cali. And no, I don't want your help. Thank you.
them.
You're not even a local.
Love it. Yeah.
I even told people like Julie that it's my goal to show how much better I can plan a meetup than BrownGuy.
No. Oh.
Do I see
Oh,
BrownGuy
my.
bringing little goodie bags? I don't think so.
Nah. Oh, look at
All right,
that.
I'll see you. I'll see you in November then, Ash.
Okay.
I want my basket, not a goodie bag. I want
Oh,
my
you got
basket.
No, but I'm so excited
Full
to meet
liquor.
everybody because I know like a lot of people are wanting to go. Like Julie, Tofu, Hachi, Flag, Ninja, Tony. Like a lot of people are showing interest. So I'm really excited.
Mm-hmm. They're always been a good time. I know the last couple have been a really fun time over in Vancouver. So
Of course, because
That
I take
looks
you to
so
good
fun.
places to eat.
it's true. It's true. If you're a hungry man or a hungry person in general, Ash will make sure that you are not a hungry person.
See, mom.
Yeah.
Mom,
Literally.
love mom.
Strong and mom energy. I know, like.
Oh, Maki, if only you knew that. I'll tell you the stories about KBBQ sometime where Tony
You
was
bring
just
this up.
humiliating himself.
Uh-huh.
Bring this up every time.
Because it's so funny and I need him to know. Don't challenge me.
All right, I'm ready for story time. Bedtime stories with mom later.
Yeah, maybe actually. Hey, other than that, like Ash, is there anything else you want to mention? Like on your side?
Well-
Oh, Flag.
I was flag.
Oh!
Yeah. Oh no, the perfect timing, of course. Like, it's
Yeah, I know,
never-
right?
Yeah.
For me, thank you to Rhubarb first for always hosting the podcast. Even though you don't host like every single one, and like other people are welcome to host them as well. Like you're one of the people I can like trust to do things,
Oh.
and that's why I keep you around because you're kind of useful
Yeah.
sometimes, and you're fun to bully too.
Oh.
So.
Hey,
He's a bottom.
I'm only
So
a
bottom.
But also like I want to thank like everybody else that like joins the podcast either as like guests or as like chatters, because again like none of this is possible without you guys. So you know, it's really nice getting to hang out with everyone too and chat more. But I really do love the community that we've built together, and I'm really excited for this new year together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That was such a clean wrap up. Oh my god, Ash. But yeah, guys, that was Maki, Ash or Chef Ivan, and Ninja, or the Ninja Dude one. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining me for the first segment. It was so nice talk with you guys about leadership. You know.
Thanks for
thank you
having
for
me.
hosting.
Yeah. Thank you so much. All right, I think the next guys are ready as well. So like, we'll give him a chance to talk as well.
Oh, okay. We're getting kicked out. I get it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Go get your like fursuit from the laundromat. Okay.
All right, goodbye.
Bye. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
All right. And there he goes. That was like that was Ash, Maki and Ninja. You know, give it up for them. You know, if we can get some pachis for them. Aren't they great? You know. So the thing is with this this episode, right, with the leaders, I felt very confident that it was gonna be a fun episode just because like the people are like, like the kind of people who would take up leader roles, right? I feel like we're like naturally gonna be, up to the game, So thank you so much for like coming, guys. Thank you so much, Maki. Thank you. Also clap. All right. Not Maki. Better get ready to get in here. Yeah. Of course. Thank you so much for bringing Maki into the team, Ash. Alrighty, here we go. Okay, there's not. Hey, not. Where's the where's the other guys? There's not. Let me. Okay. Come on in. Okay, there's that, and then flag as well, like Otsu. Wait.
Hi.
Oh, there you go. Wait, that's flag.
来，
And then-
大哥，你好吗？
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave. Rue, I'm so sorry. I have to leave now.
Huh?
Brown guy just he
Oh,
said the magic
no.
word. I have to leave now. I'm sorry.
No, what?
Oh
Oh
my
my god. Alright, so there's and Oni as well. Welcome. Alright, I think we are good to go. Let me do where
poppin',
is
Oni?
where is it?
What's
There's it. Boom. Alright.
You
Yeah.
can get rid of the PNG thing.
Oh, are you sure? No.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Okay, wait, where did I even put it then? Boop. Oh, right, because of that. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize that this was an option.
Mm-hmm. Hey, there you go. And then
Wait.
the icon.
you guys look so nice. I have nothing. I have nothing for you.
Okay, wait, give me a second. You know what I can do? I can
I-
just do this.
I
Give me a
can
second.
guarantee you,
Like,
Flag is one of the hottest people alive.
No. I have to leave again. That's
Oh
twice.
my
That's already
God.
twice tonight. I have to leave. It's
Nah,
Boom.
nah, 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 nah.
Alright, there we go.
I'm leaving,
We
I'm
can
leaving.
we can put you right in between the two of them. There you go. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh
Cute.
no, I'm so fucking big. Oh my god, my head's so big.
big
Okay.
five head. Five head.
Okay, I'll get bigger too.
Oh yeah, are you getting
Oh.
bigger? Oh.
Oh,
Okay. Strikes, two strikes,
And,
brown guy, one strike,
P- P-
Rue.
P-
Yuck,
Yuck.
yuck, yuck. Okay.
Buddy,
we gotta
it's
keep
you and
this in the
me.
private.
It's you and me, pal. It's you and me. I've muted the other two. Let's
Oh
go.
my god. dude.
I pass now.
Oh jeez.
Alrighty. Okay. So anyway.
Yeah, also, Rue, I'm your brother. It's kind of weird.
Oh, Oni-chan.
It's true.
Step bro.
Like that has ever stopped any anime ever.
God.
Alright.
Speaking of team cess,
Yeah, oh my god. Yo, I love
Strike
how
three, you're out. Strong
Wait.
guy, you're gone.
I-
It's over.
I love how cringe that word is, right? Like that cringe,
Yeah.
it captures it so well, I feel.
yeah, no, I mean, we definitely in my leadership positions, because I was a student org leader. Yeah, we definitely had incest problems as well.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
It was
So
just
fucking. It's not how you say it. That's not what you say. Oh my. That's not what you say.
Hey, bro, that's what we called it. That's what we called it.
That without context. That's
Oh,
so
Lord.
wrong. Oh my god.
All right, so if you're ready to get started, should we do some self intros? So let's start from the left to right. So Tommy, can you give us a bit of a self intro?
I'm Onibun. I'm a time traveling Shinigami that has held a few leadership roles. That's about it. I came from the future. Oh, I like, what's it called? Have this funny lore that I came up with about what's it called? Papa being irresponsible.
Okay. What?
which is why I became a leader.
Okay.
So she gave birth to me, and she's a interstellar mailman. Flew too close to a black hole, and I got sucked in, and that's how I ended up in the future.
Ah. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. What was my? Maybe move flag lower. They're peaking. Oh. That's what you meant. Okay.
Yeah, I might be a little bit loud.
No. No.
Sorry.
She didn't mean like loudness. She meant move lower like this. I think that's what she meant.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
cute.
like they're peeking over chat.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was peaking. My audio was
Ah.
peaking.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I did just
I was
scream
like,
into the
wait.
mic.
Oh
Okay,
my
I see, I
god.
see. Yeah,
Alright.
I was...
So speaking of flag, can we get a self intro?
Hi, I'm Flag. I mainly draw on stream. I'm your mom. Okay, go next. That's about it.
Okay. All right. Thanks, mom. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Let's actually bring his like volume up a little bit as
Flag
well.
up.
Mm-hmm.
You turned him down because you
Ash
thought he was
running
speaking.
Yeah, I thought.
Ash's
Yeah.
mom.
Tisk.
Maki, you can have two moms. It's 2023.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's true.
True.
You're right.
Yeah. Porque no los dos, right? Yeah. What is that the same thing? Anyway.
¿Por qué no los dos? Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not two? That is what that translates.
So
Or
yeah.
why not one for both?
Why
yeah.
not? Why not both? Yeah. No. Why not?
Yeah.
One
yeah.
for both. I mean, what's it called? My mom and dad is the same person.
Yeah.
Bitch, I'm
Oh
fake.
yeah. Well, same. Mm-hmm. So, Nutman, can we get a self intro?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm the BrownGuy 98, otherwise known as Nutman, to some people. Yeah, I'm a JRPG streamer, part of Rice Bowl if you didn't realize. And I held a student organization president leadership position my junior year of college, and then senior year I was like marketing chair senior year, but I mean I was pretty much just like the presidential advisor. And then I was also the advisor for I think like actually two more student organizations as well that senior year. So yeah, those are my leadership credentials, I guess.
Nice. Oh, actually, yeah, that's a good like segue. So yeah, I want to know like what kind of leadership roles you guys have had. So Oni,
Real quick.
Yeah.
I honestly thought Flag was gonna be like, oh, I held the SoCal meetup.
Yeah.
I thought
I didn't. What SoCal? It was New York.
That was me. I held the SoCal meetup, not being.
I was like, wait, hold up, is this going where I think it's going? No.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, leadership roles. So, my first leadership role was like during high school. I was varsity of the badminton team, and it was like kind of my job to look over like junior varsity and just varsity members who weren't. It sounds like I'm tooting my own horn, but just weren't at like my skill level.
Okay.
I've played badminton since I was 7, and my entire family is a badminton family and all that type of stuff. Yeah, and that was like one of them. And then excuse me, after I graduated high school, I coached for 3 years. So I was coaching varsity boys doubles, and I also took care of like a lot of the JV. After that, I went to what was next? I worked at a pizza place. You guys might have heard of it, Mod Pizza.
Mod's pretty good.
Yeah. I worked there for about 2 months before being promoted to a training manager, and over the course of 2 years I ended up being the training manager for 7 stores. Yeah. I also opened 5 stores and trained all the crew there.
5 stores? Holy shit.
God damn.
Yeah.
We're talking to a fucking executive.
Oh
here.
god, wow.
and then after my chapter in Mod Pizza, I moved over into Verizon sales. And then what's it called? I somehow moved up to become a manager because of my numbers.
Okay.
It was weird. It was something
Good
new.
shot.
Never knew what was going on, but did what I did. I became a part of a district managing team
Wow.
for my area at Verizon, and then I think that's it. Could be forgetting
Nice.
something else. Yeah.
that's an impressive resume.
I feel
Diversity.
you're hired, honestly.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not even. This isn't even an interview, and you're hired.
Yeah, this is that kind of interview. You guys didn't know
Yeah.
that? You guys are competing for
Oh,
a
yeah.
position
Oh, God.
as yeah.
Let me get my resume.
Actually. All right, then Flag, how about you? Like, do you want to talk about like some of the kind of leadership roles you've had?
I'm a be real. I have like two things. I mean, at least that come to mind. I haven't. I don't know. I guess you could nitpick, but I want to say similar to BrownGuy, I was in a lot of club like leadership roles throughout high school and college, but obviously that kind of stuff is more this is to knock BrownGuy down a peg. It's definitely like more like leisure than anything that's like super duper rough, but it's still definitely experience because you're dealing with people with differing opinions. But outside of that, I think it's not strictly leadership positions. Like you can, say like, oh, president of this org, but stuff like taking initiative and like doing things that other people wouldn't. So like, for example, my hometown would have like esports tournaments. I know, League of Legends, but I would like shoutcast them, and it was a role that was like not existent, and I would fulfill that. And I feel like that is in some of ways also leadership, because you're creating stuff with your own like prerogatives, with your own agenda, sort of thing, which is very leadership-esque.
Exactly. That's big.
I totally agree there. Yeah.
All right, and nutman. All right.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I guess yeah. I was in a lot of student organizations in college. My junior year I was president of one student organization, and then there was another like that was a more social student organization, and there was a professional student organization that I got a leadership position in. I think I was membership coordinator, and the first semester of freshman year, and then the second semester of freshman year I added on treasurer to that, and then I was treasurer up until first semester of senior year. And yeah, that was along the president position of the student organization, the social student organization junior year. And then I guess along with that, I mean, going to Flag's point, I guess like I did take a lot of initiative when it came to like stepping up for like just like doing something that like not a lot of people wanted to do. For example, yeah, like I actually shoutcasting for esports. I did do that a little bit of that in college. We started this or I ran a Smash tournament with one of my friends freshman year of college, and I helped organize it, and I also helped shoutcast it as well. And then along with that was actually before college. We did a net play tournament for Melee. If any of y'all are familiar with Super Smash Brothers Melee, there used to be this thing called Anther's Ladder. That like you could use net play on Dolphin. Dolphin was the emulator that people used to play Melee, and it was like we ran I think a regional tournament for the South, and I think it became the biggest one in the South. And we did that throughout my junior and a little bit of my senior year of high school until we got busy. But yeah, I shoutcasted for that. I helped them organize and everything with that too.
Nice. All right. Okay, so now that we have like context for everyone's like kind of leadership experience, right? First question is again, what's like the most challenging aspect or moment for your like respective like leadership kind of experiences?
I could go ahead and start and say for me, I think I had, I think, forgive me if I'm, misunderstanding, but I believe Ash did. I remember saying that she had a problem with like wanting to do a lot of things by herself. So I guess to preface this, with my student organization that I was a president of, it was the Chinese student.
Yeah.
Not Chinese, by the way. But
What?
Yeah,
Really?
I know, right? Crazy. I know, it's insane.
Yo,
a lot
I
of people
totally thought you were
say,
from Shanghai or
yeah,
something.
yeah, I know, yeah. 你好吗？我的名
Yeah,
字是
yeah,
BrownGuy, yeah.
yeah.
But like, yeah. So like the first semester of like my president position, yeah, I did do a lot of things myself, and I had a lot of problems like delegating stuff, and I wasn't really utilizing my officer board because I'm an officer board of like, I managed an officer board of like I think like around like 12 people, and I wasn't utilizing them to their their fullest capability. So that became a super big problem for the first semester, and then second semester I got a lot better about it. But yeah, I think delegation is definitely something that I learned, and everybody definitely needs to learn when it comes to being a leader in general and growing as one. So
Do you guys think maybe is that like a trust thing?
for me, it was not.
Okay.
For me, it was just I was very eager to do everything.
Okay. Fair.
It was a more of like kind of sense of initiative kind of thing. But yeah, I'll let the others speak because I feel like I'm rambling.
Yeah. No.
I
But
think-
like.
Yeah.
What's it called? With me, it's like kind of a trust thing. Sometimes it's just like, I don't know if this person's gonna get it done. And then I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna try to do it and fuck up in the process, but at least it's somewhat done. Like the road is like kind of paved. Yeah. And then what's it called? Normally that's what kind of gets people's attentions as well. Like if you're trying to do something and then what's it called, that no one else is just like, oh nah, or like they're just we don't need to do it yet. But once you get it done and it fails, that's what it gets people's attention to kind of like, okay, it's really fucked up. Now what can we do to like make this better? And I was like, oh good, I finally got your attention.
And like literally failing.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I guess like that, in a sense, even if you fail, like that makes it very like valuable in that sense, right? Just by like getting that attention to that issue.
It's like a lot of people say, what's it called? Your successes are measured differently than your failures, like, and all that type of stuff. So you definitely learn more with failures.
100%. Failure is how you grow.
Is that like, so does that come with also like, because like with delegation, right? Like it sounds like you kind of have to sometimes balance between like getting the job done optimally and like learning to delegate to like help, I guess, like your team grow in a sense.
100%. I think being a leader, especially if you're a leader of a board, it's definitely like helping them grow along with you. And I think that's like where a big part of like not being selfish and not wanting to just be like have this be your organization. It's our organization, in a way. So, or not, actually, not in a way. It is our organization in that context. So having everybody have a chance to grow with you is extremely important, and that's where delegation comes in.
Okay, I feel like this is gonna be like a key like sort of like a concept we'll be talking about later. What about Flag? How about you? Like what are some like maybe like challenging aspects or moments that you've experienced?
I guess I can echo the other two sentiments about trust and delegation. I think a lot of it also comes from like negative experiences, so like those stereotypical school group projects where you're like the only person doing any work and there's like maybe half of a person doing half of a job, and that's like very upsetting because then it's just like instead of trying to rely on your resources, you just like I'll do it myself, because that saying, the age-old saying of if you want something done right, do it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely do feel that a lot sometimes. Especially so I ran a charity fashion show at my college, and time and time again I've been grouped with partners. Okay, did I say time and time again? It was twice. I was grouped up with partners who were just not as committed or dedicated to the thing, like not as passionate. And I think all those things then lead to passion. So like the trust is established because you're both very passionate for the same thing. And then delegation would work because if you delegate something to a person and then you are going in assuming it's going to be done by a certain deadline. What really screwed me over a lot of the times was me delegating work to people, and then I would expect it to be done by a certain deadline, but then come that date, it would not be done. And then I would be scrambling last minute to just make something up for it, to like satisfy the criteria. So as opposed to if I didn't expect them to finish it, I didn't delegate them to that work, I would go in, I'm like, okay, fine, sure, I have to do more stuff, but maybe I can pull an all-nighter and then I know it will hit the deadline. So there's also that kind of dynamic that's like very important. So with like the trust where you're trying to establish that you can rely on this person and that the deadline will not be overlooked, plus then actually assigning the work, what they can handle, what they can't handle. A lot of it is just determined on like how well you know the person, and sometimes you gotta take a chance, because if you don't take the chance then you'll know, which is like why I would kind of do a one strike rule, where it's the first time you mess up, like fine, maybe it was just circumstantial, but the second time you mess up, then I just can't trust you anymore. And that's when like I will go into that turtle mode, which is obviously not great because you do need to still rely on your resources, but I've been marred a few times when it comes to those kind of things. So it is, I want to say, definitely a really big factor.
But I think that's a totally like valid protocol, right?
It's it's like what's it called? Fuck up once, it's a mistake. Fuck up twice, it's intentional type thing.
Right.
I wouldn't say intentional, more like just mismanagement, or like they're just not set out for it. Because I would argue that the people who I've worked with who weren't able to hit those kinds of deadlines were definitely just, they prioritized other things. It wasn't like they hated me or hated the thing that we're doing. It was just they liked other things more, and then that was obviously a problem because, well, I mean, the deadlines they don't wait.
Yeah.
Or, well, let me reiterate, like messing up on the exact same thing twice. It becomes an intentional thing, because obviously if you mess up the same way twice, like you clearly didn't learn from the first one, you know what I mean?
I gotta like not learning makes it intentional.
Yeah. The not learning part, or learning from the first mistake, is what makes typically the second mistake an intentional one.
Interesting. Okay.
So it sounds like really there is like a balancing act, right? That you have to like, balance between like trusting to like, to delegate, and also like to know, when to not trust and all that.
Yeah. I think it's especially like for and in my case of the student organization, we didn't like with my position, like my president position, we had like I think 3 or 4 people running. So it was like like the officer board from before actually made like a calculated kind of decision on who they wanted to pick, and it so happened to be me. With some of the other positions, they actually didn't have that many people apply. There would be like 1 or 2 sometimes, and then they'd just be like, I guess we, there's nobody else. We have to fill the position, so we're just gonna put this person in, even if they're not like, the best fit. And coming into the position, I kind of knew that, so I had an idea of because I mean like the people that applied, I knew them because I was in the student organization the year before. Right. So I knew who they were. I knew the kind of people they were, and if they were committed people, and I already had kind of my expectations for the quality of work that they could do, and the amount of commitment that they would be putting into this. So I think that kind of helps, and I mean I guess like this is kind of a special case just because I knew the people that I was going into a team with. That's not always the case. For example, like when you're going to work or whatever, you have like a school project, so you don't necessarily know. That's where you kind of have to, I guess, just infer, right? And have the
Definitely.
spidey sense.
No,
guess.
right, yeah. Talking back about the
Which we're
spidey
talking about.
sense.
My spidey sense is tingling.
My spidey sense is tingling. This guy's a dumbass.
Yeah.
Oh, but I don't want to rant or ramble, but I do have a little story about that.
Okay.
Y'all want to get into that later?
Spill the tea. Spill the tea.
Yeah. So, God, dude, oh my God. So there was this guy, and he was our historian. And our historian, the historian is just the person that kind of takes pictures, and it's just like the cameraman, and all that kind of stuff. And this person that applied, he was the only one that applied, and the officer board picked him. And this officer board last year, or the year before that I came, they were an officer board because they were a friend group. And this happens a lot with student organizations, because like when one person applies, then the whole friend group applies, and then it's their organization. So like the previous organization, like they just kind of made it their friend group. So that was my goal, was to kind of change that. But like on the other hand, like now that they were all a lot of them were graduating, they didn't really take into a lot of them didn't take into consideration who they were putting in. They were just like, all right, just gonna put this person in, because like they didn't really care too much about the organization anymore. And yeah, this historian that they put on was definitely very reflective of that. And this is the historian that they put on, I knew very well. And he I literally, like, I was like, all right, they're putting this guy as a historian. I actually need a backup. And when I tell you, that was the best decision I ever made. Because I literally got like a good friend of mine, and because he was a photographer, and I was like, bro, please God, be my historian. This guy's a fucking dumbass. He's not gonna do anything. And he was like, sure, dude. So I made a new position, and I was like, or not a new position, but I was like, I kind of like amended our constitution or whatever, and said like, now there are 2 historians, because I feel like, one historian, they can't come to every single event, and we need people to take pictures at every event, right? So having 2 historians, so it's a logical thing, but it was also just very planned, because
right.
And guess what happened at the beginning of the year? He messaged me a week before the semester started, and he was like, hey, I'm moving to a different city and going to a different city. So I'm not going to be able to fill the position anymore. But then he was like, oh no, but don't worry, I have this guy to fill in my position for me. I vouch for him. Never fucking heard of this person. He wasn't even a part of the organization the last year, and I was like I had a problem kind of like being too nice. So I was like, you know what? Sure, why not? We'll put him in. But I mean, like, I knew that I wasn't really going to give him much to do. And then he eventually, left the organization, like, I think like a month in. So yeah, pretty much, having that backup or whatever, and kind of like knowing, and having those expectations and knowing who to trust is very important when it comes to being a leader. I think that's one moment I guess I'm proud of, because I guess I planned properly and guessed right. Yeah,
definitely. So like, going back to the question of like, some challenging aspects, like Flag, like what are some like, challenging aspects?
You cut up.
Oh, sorry, did I cut out?
Yeah.
Sorry. So like, I was just asking like to Flag as well, like, what are some like, challenging aspects and moments you've had? Wait, hello?
I know.
Wait.
I am. Sorry,
Am I really cutting
cut
out
out again?
Oh no, I was
asking.
asking to Flag. Wait, why am I cutting? Wait, let me just try this and then this. There we go. So I was asking Flag, like, how about you? Like, what are some challenging aspects or moments that you've experienced?
Well, I talked about the thing about like delegating and trusting people. I think a lot of it also is just this is more particular to like a specific leadership role, which is like the student org leadership role. I'm sure the one that BrownGuy kind of just talked about. But a lot of times, just when there is like a big decision, or when there is no information or slash like you just don't know, like no direction, it's then really much up to the leaders of the group to either pick between like the 2 or 3 hard choices or to find that direction. So like for example, where the term is called GIM, which is general interest meeting. If you don't really know what you need to do for like a GIM, like there's no set category of event that you're like looking forward to do, then you're set out to need to make a decision and like help brainstorm and that kind of stuff. Versus things when it's like, okay, this person is not up to snuff, we might need to cut a person because they're just not they're not doing anything, and they're also taking up resources because if you're part of board, usually you get some perks, like you get some merchandise and that kind of stuff based purely off of like the organization's funds. I mean, it's like really little things, and it can kind of turn really petty really fast if you're not careful, because it's just it's a sweater, right?
Yeah.
Like get over it. But like that like it is those situations, scenarios where I think where having a strong leadership is very important. And the kind of person that I am when it comes to like leading those kind of groups is more like laissez-faire when things are just routine. But then like when things are when shit hits the fan, I definitely don't have any problem standing up and making those hard decisions. And I think a lot of that is like super duper I don't want to say natural, but like people don't like conflict. And when those hard decisions do come up, and but I usually see like people like either or trying to find some compromise, but as shitty as it sounds, sometimes compromise is not an option, right? You can't compromise a person being kicked off board, right? That's just not how it works. Okay, you can't like do half of a thing, right? When it comes to it's very specific things, and I very much respect people who can do those hard decisions. I mean, I can pat myself on the back, but like other people that I see, like as soon as I see someone like in a really tough situation, and then they make one of the 2 choices, picking the lesser of 2 evils, I respect them, and people are gonna like rat on them for like, oh, I didn't like what you picked. But then I'm just like, if you're in that position, I don't think you would do you wouldn't do any better. There is no right answer to that scenario. And to slide this in, this is not me sucking up, but like I also respect Ash a lot, because I know she's been put into those hard picking things hard decisions and stuff like a lot of the times, and it's not easy, it's not fun. And that's like why I can definitely trust Ash when it comes to like a lot of things with like how Rice Bowl goes, and I just respect her immensely, because it's not easy, it's not fun, it's you're gonna have to break some hearts to like do your job correctly.
Especially with how many fucking idiots are on the internet.
And
especially on twitch.tv. Oh my god.
Yeah, like this BrownGuy guy.
Yeah, I know, dude.
Oh my god.
That's a fucking idiot.
No, but actually though, and oftentimes like regardless of what you decide on, it leaves you as the leader to be like vilified, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the thing too. I was never afraid to be the bad guy. If you wanna shout at me, I just go ahead. Like chances are, if you didn't like something based off of some very informed decision that I made, it's probably because you're not that great of a person either. So like, I'm not perfect. I know I'm not perfect, but you're probably worse. So I will be easy knowing that.
That's facts.
Wait, I love
make
this.
those decisions.
Yeah. So have you had
People are gonna get hurt. That's what does.
Exactly. So do you feel like you've had any like tough decisions you have had to make recently, Tommy?
Me? Recently, no.
Or like off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, it boils down, or it goes back to when I worked on Mod Pizza. I think that was like the most amount of like leadership I've probably ever done in the span of like 2 years. It goes down to this one point where exactly with what Flag was talking about, like making decisions. For example, I ran most of the shifts, and what's it called? We would have to cut people and be sending them home sometimes because it's either slow that day and we just can't have that many people at the store, or we're just losing money. And I remember, like, what's it called? We have things like people who we schedule people to fill in for certain times we think it's going to be busy, and if it's not going to be busy, then those people are technically supposed to be the first ones cut, because they are only working like what, a 4-6 hour shift, versus cutting someone who's there for a majority of the time where you can use them a little bit more, like 8-hour shifts, for example. I had this problem with this one person. Oh my fucking god, like, thinking back about it, it makes my blood boil. But
Okay.
it was like, what's it called? I was doing my stuff. I was setting up for the night shift. So I opened that day and I was busy doing all my stuff, getting ready during the break in between shift swaps. And so this girl came in like 2 hours towards the end of my shift, and I'm doing my things, and then all of a sudden, like, I just hear her speaking so loud, and I'm just like, what the hell is going on? Like, you don't need to talk that loud to a customer who's right in front of you. And I look over and she's helping this customer build this pizza while talking to her friend that is sitting behind them.
Oh god, okay.
And I'm just like, dude, you're talking straight through the fucking customer. Like, what is this? And if you guys don't know, what's it called? Mod Pizza. I don't know how they are now, but at the time when I worked there, the reason why I wanted to apply there was because they're all about customer service and treating the customer like well. Like, you want to make this experience good for them. They're also entrusting you to make their food that they are putting in their body. So I really dig that. And just seeing her do that, I was just like, hey, what are you doing? And she was like, oh, I'm just making their pizza. I'm like, yeah, but you're also talking to your friend, you know? And then, like, she started getting really defensive, and she was like, oh, I had like a bad day and my friend was there to help me out. And I'm just like, okay, but that still doesn't give you the right to, like, neglect your customer that's right in front of you for like, what, less than 5 minutes? And I'm just like, what the fuck? And so she started throwing a fit, and I was just like, all right, buddy. Towards the end of my shift, the new like shift lead came in for the night, and then I was just like, all right, these are the numbers. You can probably cut this person, yada yada yada. That girl overheard me, and she's like, oh, why are you cutting me? And I'm just like, dude, like, do you know how like dead it is? You were helping one customer and you were talking to your friend, and there was no one else around. Like, we don't need to keep you here for today. And then, like, yeah, she threw a hissy fit, and I was just like, you know what, just go home. Like, I don't want to deal with this right now. And I told her to go home, and then I heard back from HR. I'm just like, what the fuck? Explained my situation, and they were just like, okay, yeah, we understand why you did what you did. And I'm just like, it's not easy. And like, I almost like hated just cutting people, telling people, oh, hey, like, our numbers are low today, you have to go home. Like, it was the worst thing for me to do, but I have to fucking do it, or else I get yelled at by my managers and my district managers who, why are these numbers so high? I'm just like, because I'm too nice.
Yeah. So, like, I guess, like, that's something that, like, we touched on, like, in the earlier group as well. But, like, there are difficulties that come also when you're, like, stuck like, you're in a leadership position that's, like, stuck in between two, right? Like, between a team under you and, like, more people above you, right? Pardon?
You have like a leadership position that you have like the people that you're leading, and then you have like higher ups that you need to please, or you need to do stuff for. So you have like status quo, or you're like quotas and stuff you need to fill. But you also, like, you know, like that kind of situation. I'll say that I have never been. I've been in one situation like that, but not too much experience with that. But yeah, if Flag or Tony want to speak on that, they could probably speak a lot more.
It's rough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
So-
just all I have to say. It's rough.
Yeah, it is rough.
You have to do what you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
You have to please the higher ups, but you also want to try to accommodate the people underneath you as well,
Uh-huh.
and like help them out. But at the end of the day, it's like what Flag touched on, with you. The people have to make you just have to make tough calls, and whether or not you want to get yourself in trouble for it, or getting someone else in trouble, or getting multiple people in trouble, like
Right.
lesser poison, basically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
rough, but it's not always rough, right? Like, so like there's definitely like, rewarding aspects and moments. So, I wonder, like, have you guys had any like moments like that are like, memorably rewarding? Like maybe Flag?
Rewarding. Oof.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh,
I
no.
definitely think no.
I hate my
it's
job.
no, it's more of the bad moments really stick out more than the good moments. It's usually just that's
Yeah.
how life is, right? But that was just me thinking. No, that's actually definitely not the case. There is definitely a lot of brilliant people that just well, I mean, like, we're in school, so they're gonna prioritize school because they're
Right.
not. Yeah, I mean,
That's a
what
big
they're
thing as
there
well.
for.
That's
Yeah.
a big thing. Like, we're not getting like student org wise, like, we're not getting paid.
Right.
We're not. We have no like, like, we're trying to graduate. We're paying to be here.
Yeah.
We're literally
True.
paying to be here. So I mean, like,
Uh-huh.
obviously, people, if I have a test to study for, I'm not gonna tell them like, oh, you need to go to this event. Like, no, bitch, I have the the whatever exam they're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, like
feel that.
on that note too, though, I like communicated to people that like I was also, bumping up X amount of credits, and it wasn't like I was not having any of these works, and like I did CS, and I'm not here to rat on other majors, but CS isn't exactly a fucking daisy walk in a park, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Definitely.
I'm able to make time because I either lose sleep or like I prioritize things correctly. I'm not like hanging out with my friends, and like it does sound shitty, but the thing is, if you really don't want to commit this kind of amount of time, then why did you sign up for the role? Why did you run for the position?
Right.
And that's like the biggest thing that time and time again is like when people would like they wouldn't get upset at strictly me, they would just get upset at the work. And I just feel like you knew going into it, like literally this position isn't something that was just made up. This position has existed since the incarnation of like the organization, and that organization is like 50 years old, right? Like the CSA at my school is like founded in like 1959 or some shit. Like you knew that going into this, it's gonna be work, and the fact that you're complaining, like I can understand to the extent of like venting is always fine. I'm talking about like shitting on other people and like being jealous that, oh, this person doesn't have to do as much work as I do. It's just like, then why are you treasurer? Treasurer is literally more work than the president, like in terms of paperwork and that kind of stuff, because you gotta like fill out forms to like get things paid off using GR and that kind of stuff. Like it's a whole like process that you need to like pretty much manage and make sure that the school itself is also processing your paperwork correctly. And like it's just at a certain point, it's just like you gotta really question. It's just like, did you just come here to expect it to be fun and games, or did you come here to actually like work hard and then like earn your spot and like
do something for this organization?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And that's why I'm sorry, you can go.
No, go ahead.
It's why like I've only run for positions that I've wanted to like really work my ass off for, and if I wasn't passionate about it, I wouldn't run for it. Like it was just that simple.
And yeah, I think that's a big problem with a lot of I just keep on going back to student organizations. I mean, like that's a huge problem with student, because like when you look at a student organization like officer position, and you see like all the officers having fun and stuff, and you're like, oh, I want to do that, and they don't really like realize like how much like work they're putting in, and like how much like shit the officer board has to go through in order to put on these events. and do whatever. They're just like, oh, I want to sign up and be a part of this like exclusive group in the organization or whatever. That seems to have fun all the time. And then they get in and they're just like, they don't expect anything. That's, they don't want to commit. Like a bunch of people, like I got so pissed at a lot of people on my officer board because like me and like only 2 other officers out of the 12 would show up to organization events.
Oh,
like
ridiculous.
Like it was like even our event
Rough.
coordinators sometimes would like not show up, and I'm like, what are you literally like? How are you an event coordinator? Like I ran like so many of the events like by myself.
Oh my lord.
Who are you?
These motherfuckers did not show up, and I'm like, oh yes, like oh yeah, sorry, I had an exam to study for. I'm like that was your like excuse like the last like 3 events, bro. Like come on.
Nutman in a meeting is like, we have an event coordinator.
Yeah, no, like we had 2. We had 2.
Where were they both?
Fuck if I know, bro.
Okay, but then
Oh shit.
that makes me wanna like ask then. So Flag, like what is it that motivates you then to take up these like leadership roles?
Well, it depends on the thing. A lot of times I would say it's like for the people, the community. I'm very big on like if a community has helped me during it's just not strictly like a bad time in my life, but just like a time that was like stressful, right? I definitely enjoy giving back in the sense of like being a leader or some sort of like officer in that community. So like for example, the student orgs, I would attend their GIMs as a normal just a student, and then I would want to give it back to them because like you're making friends and all that kind of stuff is really intimidating at the very beginning when you're like a freshman and that kind of stuff. And because I was very appreciative of the people that I met and that kind of stuff, like it would just be like, hey, I want to run for this position. It's also tied in with like a lot of artsy things, so like the fashion show, the charity fashion show, it was fashion I'm really big a fan of, and like you actually draw out where people walk on the like physical catwalk and how you can do like make them do like some really crazy maneuvers and that kind of stuff is like also really cool. It's like passion times people, and that's equal to like what really makes me want to like be a leader for those kinds of things, because otherwise then I can just do it myself, right? Like if I don't need the people, I just do it myself. If I don't have the passion for it, I don't do it at all. Right? So yeah, so when it comes to, I want to say why, it's definitely derivative of like my hobbies and my personal interests, and then finding other people who are also very much invested in those the similar passions, similar hobbies and interests.
But okay, then do you ever have moments where you feel like that's like you're achieving that, like where you feel like you're being useful for those people, and like
I think the most one-to-one like payout on the hard work I put in and that kind of stuff is definitely when people come back. And very specifically the charity fashion show. It's we need to pull teeth to get some people to try out, because it's so intimidating and it's so new to people, and like the people who are usually doing it are like seniors or juniors, so they're going to graduate pretty soon, relatively soon. It's either last year or the second to last year, and then they do come back, but like you need to understand that because they're more comfortable in the college setting, which is why they try out. They know that, okay, this is probably out of my comfort zone, but I'm here to be out of my comfort zone. Whereas like freshmen and sophomores, oh, I just hit my mic. Well, freshmen and sophomores are like still going through the trauma of transitioning into a new environment, and they're like not comfortable with the setting and the people. So like, I mean, I was like that too. Like I really, when I was a freshman and I went into like when I found out about the charity fashion show, I just was like, this is not for me. Like I could never be like a model, in quotes model. And one of my biggest regrets was not doing it my freshman year, but it's because you gotta pull teeth and people weren't there to like help convince me. And I like made it a really big thing of like, if someone was like on the fence or like eyeing it but like not sure, I would just like explain to them, like I'd give them some anecdote about like me wanting to do it and like regretting not doing it, and then it turned out into like some kind of like long-standing debacle where I would literally, I graduated and then I came back for 2 separate extra years. One was after COVID, or after COVID still, yeah. But like after
lockdown.
yeah, after lockdown was lifted, I came back 1 more year because there was just a huge gap in knowledge, and I was super happy to help them out and
Right.
like giving them that kind of logistical things for that role. And dude, it's very rewarding just seeing people come out of their shell over time, and then
that's great.
yeah, exactly. And that's like something, it's like very one-to-one, which is why I like that one, that specific. Like I'm very a tangible, physical, like something in front of me person. So like when I hear like someone like, or see someone rather do like just so much better than how they were before, they improve, that's like so rewarding, as opposed to something that's like over time and slow and encroaching, which doesn't really mean as much to me. So like that's why those hobbies and passions that I have are very like easy to not easy, but like very noticeable to see progress.
True.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
How about you, Tommy? Oh, sorry. Or like.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
Flag over here was preaching. What's it called?
Preaching to the choir.
He was basically preaching like 100% of the shots you don't make, or how did this go again? Fuck.
100% of the shots you don't take.
You miss.
You don't take,
You
you miss. Yeah.
You
Some
miss,
shit like
yeah.
that.
Yeah, you missed it.
Tongue
You
rolled.
missed it. You missed 100% of the shots you don't take. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
something like that. And yeah, I do agree with Flag too. It's kind of like just seeing people who are so like they look down on themselves. Not that it's like a bad thing, because I struggle with that too, but it's like helping them open like that, or helping them open the door that was like in front of them that they didn't see. And it's, to me, like as a coach, when I coach badminton, that was like the most like seeing my kids do well. I was just like, hell yeah. You know, like holy shit, like I knew you can do this. And it would just be like seeing them at tournaments, or going there and like getting on the court and like talking to them like, hey, like don't worry, it's gonna be okay, just take a breather and all that type of stuff. They're like freaking out because it's like, you know, it's a big setting, you know, you have people watching you, cheering you on, there's a lot of nerves, and seeing them break through all of their nerves to achieve something that they saw so small, like they couldn't even do, like they really thought they couldn't do it. And like, you know, them getting it, I'm just like, yo, you did that, not me, that was all you. You know, and it's like I love that feeling for my kids, you know. And it was great because for the 3 years I coached, we actually won back-to-back championships in our league, and my kids never thought they would. They were just like, oh, you guys all graduated, those are all the good people, and we're nothing. And I'm just like, nah, that's not true. Like, you guys played with us while we were still in school with y'all. I've like played against them, and I know their capabilities and potentials, and I was able to, as a coach, like bring those potentials out. And then it was just like, just seeing them win the championships, and they're all like, because we also have like this end of the year type of thing where they thank the coaches, and it was just kind of like, nah. Like I was just standing there like, no, this is all you guys. Like this wasn't me. This is just me pointing you in the right direction.
Oh, that's so cute. And you know what I love? I love that like sense of ownership when you say like you call them my kids. You know, it's like in that sense, like that's just so that's so cute, right?
Speaking on that, I had the same experience in a way. Being president of CSA, we kind of have this thing called the family system.
Yeah.
So I have kids. So I'm a dad, and I have kids. And I think the best part of being in a president, officer position, even just a family leader, is seeing your kids apply for officer positions, or just even or even just kind of get out of their comfort zone and make new friends. Like for me, I think like 4 of my kids, the year that I was president, went on to be officers the next year, and then and then I think 2 of my kids but junior and senior year combined became presidents. So kind of seeing them like, and like one of them was like, super shy, super kind of, you know, like very timid, didn't really get out that much. And I think like being a part of you know, my family that year kind of really got her out of her shell. And then eventually just seeing her become, you know, like president, and then kind of, you know, like seeing like because like I was like, I think I was in grad school at that point. I think it was my second year, which is I guess my last year in grad school. And I went to, you know, general meeting, and I went to one of their events, and I saw her like, you know, speaking on the big stage, and she would have never done anything like that when I first met her when she was a freshman. And then, you know, just kind of seeing her grow like that was amazing.
Man.
And even like, you know, like another time, like when I had to kind of like really convince this one person. He was a senior at the time. And this was when I was a senior too. But like he was a senior, and he didn't really like have like too good of an experience in college. And you know, it was his last year, and like he was like, he came to the first event of the year, and he was like, all right, convince me to join. And I was like, all right, bet. So I told him about it. I told him my experiences, and then he joined. And then when we were picking the families, I was like, I specifically request this person to be my family. I gotta. And then at the, you know, God, this was like the best feeling in the world. It was second semester, like in the middle. I think it was the family. I was driving them all, and we were going to get burgers. And he like it was just like silent for a little bit, and he brought up, he was like, throughout all my years in college, I never really thought that I'd have something like this. And it was like, that's thanks to you for us. So I was like choking up, dude. I was like tearing up. Luckily it was night, so they didn't see me. But like,
I call him gangster tears, bro. Gangster tears.
And then they kissed, and then
yeah, but yo, but yeah, no, that is the best feeling by far. Like seeing people, you know, like seeing people make new friends, seeing people go out of their comfort zones, like going to leadership positions. That is by far my favorite part about being a leader of anything. Like the impact that you have on people, and that was one of my, you know, that's the thing. I think I'll definitely like easily remember it for the rest of my life.
Because I feel like what's it called with leadership roles, people think it's just kind of like you're there to, or a common misconception on like leadership roles is that you're there to, like, you're just qualified to be leading a group of people. But for me personally, I think leaders, like a really good leader, is someone who doesn't just focus on bettering themselves, but they better the people around them enough to be better than themselves as well.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, we're all on that learning journey to move, grow, and improve. And like, what's it called? If you can get your team or the people that you are leading in your charge to be as well as you are now an unstoppable force. So it's like that's like the great rewarding thing about being a leader, because if you can take your group or like your charge and push them forward to the point where they can be sustained without you, you've done your job. And like, that is great. You know, like,
going to that meeting, going to that like huge successful event or whatever. Because I mean, like, not to toot my horn, but when I became the year that I joined for the first time CSA, so I wasn't an officer, I was a member. It was like 50 people. When I became president, we got up to 200, and then now we're at like 500. So like I went to the annual pool party that, by the way, I with VSA, the Vietnamese Student Association, that I was the first one to start that, I guess, like tradition. And see like the entire pool just fucking packed. It was crazy. So
Funny that you were in VSA when
I was in Chinese Student Association, Vietnamese
Yeah.
Student Association, and Filipino Student Association.
What the? You're everyone other than like the like
Asian.
Pakistani or like the,
There was a Pakistani Student Association,
and you weren't
I
in
remember
it.
it was really funny because I knew some of them too.
Oh, my lord.
And we had these like little recruitment things for like during freshman orientation, they'd have like an org fair or whatever they can walk around. So we were right next to the Pakistani Student Association, and like they were like, so you're president of the Chinese Student Association. And then I remember one of the officers, it was so fucking funny, he was just like, he looked at me and he was like, why? I started dying. That shit was so funny.
I'm gonna be honest, like I would too. I'd be like,
That was like one of my biggest strengths, because like I got people to join that organization that never would have joined if an Asian person or a Chinese person approached them, because I had the power, or I had the ability to be like, hey dude, it doesn't matter if you're not Chinese, I'm not Chinese and I'm the fucking president. What does that say? So to join.
that's great. That's great.
Interesting. So like are there like other, say, right, because you're dealing with a lot of we'll say students, right, young students,
Yeah,
are there any other, like, say, memorable moments that like come to mind, maybe not necessarily like, challenging or rewarding, but like anything memorable that comes to mind to you guys?
Anyone want to start?
Like good or bad?
Oh, anything like what comes to
Anything.
mind when you like,
Yeah.
think of any sort of moment.
Something that I remember doing is that there was one year where we were kind of like behind schedule and people weren't, like, I would create these PowerPoints and video tutorials to like how to do the specific walks for the fashion show, and I had them posted up like a month before day of show, and I was just telling people, it's like, if you have a question, just look it up. Just look it up. I will say two things about, like, two mini stories about this. I think one thing that's here, actually, let me tell the other one first.
Okay.
Sorry. There was one time where there's this person who messed up the same exact thing. It's in the very beginning of the song, so we just started from the top, and from the second time he messed up in a row, I just was so flabbergasted. I'm just like, how? Literally, you need to count to 32 on beat and then stand up. That is your cue. It is literally like you're just not paying attention. And I didn't rip him a new one. I just called his name and I'm just like, I said, pay attention. And then that was it. Like, the thing is, like, roasting a person is just completely not necessary. I think a lot of the times, you're just hurting their feelings. It's like not productive. And I remember, like, after that practice, I just sat down. I was just like, look, I made all these tutorials, these guides for you, and I spent the time. Okay, it's not gonna be me on that stage day of show, because that's not my role. I'm not a model. I'm the coordinator. And I just told them, like, I put the time in. And if the show like just sucks ass, it's not my fault. I tried my best. It's on you guys. So if the show sucks ass, it's your fault. And then I like try to make it a bigger picture of like, hey, this isn't just a character. Like, this isn't just reserved to the charity fashion show, which you might not care as much as I do, obviously. But it does make a very big like call on your character. What it means is just like, you signed up for something and you can't pull through. That speaks volumes about you over than just this specific example.
Right.
Yeah. And then the other thing was there was a mess up, like there was a timing issue on the PowerPoint slide that it was a mistake on my end. And I was like lecturing people, like, why are you late? You guys can't be late. And then one of the models like said like, oh, I don't think this timing is correct. And then I immediately admit I was wrong. And I think that's also super duper important as well as a leader, is that if you can't like say, oh shit, I made a mistake, I'm wrong, and like admit to it immediately, or like, do something related to how, oh, you fucked up and you're okay with, you know, messing up. Sure, it does have some impact on your credibility, so long, you know, just don't make sure it doesn't happen consistently. But like, it's super important that people realize that you're not afraid of owning up to your mistakes, because, you know, as soon as they see someone double down on something that's just wrong and then like try to, like, I don't know, squeeze their way out, they just don't, like, instead of losing some credibility, you lose all credibility.
Right.
And that's also something that's like really important as well, which is own up to your mistakes. You know, no one's perfect, and you know, just like, oh shit, you know, I messed up, and like, I apologize too. Like, it's something that's, I think, is so basic, is like being able to realize when you're wrong and then being sorry, which is so rare, not just for leaders but just for people in general, where
Right.
like when you fuck up, you just don't apologize. And I'm just like is this how, like, this is how many years have you been here? 20 something years you've been alive, and you just can't say I'm sorry and be genuine about it. You have to like force it out. It's like, it's so shocking to me. And like, I've met a bunch of characters through the fashion show. Some people who are like my lifelong friends, you know, I still like hang out with them even like 5 years after we've you know, did the show. And then there's people who like I've met that cheated on their girlfriend with another model, and it
Oh
was
my
like,
lord.
exactly, like, you get all walks here, you get all angles. So like,
Jeez.
it's surprising to me of like how rare it is for someone to just be able to own up for their mistakes, which is absolutely valuable as a leader.
But maybe is like, you know, so this idea of like ownership, right? Not just like for our responsibilities, but for our mistakes as well. Like, is maybe something that's not just like, you know, for leaders, right? Just for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, in
see
some
that.
aspects, your day-to-day life, there is always going to be elements of you needing to be a leader. If you're constantly a follower, you're not going to get out of bed.
No, definitely.
There's like so at My Pizza they had like core values, and there's 3 that I took. One of them being individuality with responsibility. And like that is like, I think everyone is definitely should try to work towards. It's something really good that will help. You don't have to if you don't want to. I mean, that's not you, buddy, but you know, it's I see it being a very good tool to help set you up, individuals or leaders. Like, if you're on your own, like, it's fine. I think it'll take you like strides. Same thing with being a leader. It'll help. Because at the end of the day, you're still an individual. You just have the responsibilities of taking care of a group of people, and do what you can. That's it. You know, be responsible for it too as well. Like, you take the ship down, like, this is your ship, bro.
Yeah, it's your shit, bro.
And speaking on that, I think like what Flag said, and what he said about, like, you know, owning up to your shit, and owning up to your mistakes. I think it's and saying sorry and recognizing that you made the mistake. But also, I think another very important thing is, I mean, you can recognize that you made the mistake and say you're sorry, but you need to note down what you did wrong, and like when you recognize the mistake, you need to act on it to make sure you don't make that mistake again. I know a lot of people who will make mistakes all the time. They're sorry and put on this hat to be like, oh, I know what I did wrong, I'm sorry. And then they just do the same thing again. And I'm just like, I mean, like, you do this like 3 times, bro. Like, do you really like know what you did wrong? Are you really sorry? Because I mean, if you were, then this wouldn't happen, you know, 3-4 times.
Right.
Facts. Straight facts.
So it's definitely, you know, realizing that you're like owning up to your mistakes, and then also, you know, acting on the mistake and making sure it doesn't happen again.
And like Oni was like, you know, saying like, you know, after the second time it's like almost intentional, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
essentially it's like you acknowledged that you did something wrong, but are you doing anything to, you know, stop that problem? If you did, then, you know, like, it's a different situation now.
For sure.
But if you did absolutely nothing to like stop what you did the first time, and you let it happen again, that's on you. Like,
Definitely.
I see that as an intentional, like, fuck up.
For sure.
I understand. Yeah.
So yeah, like, you know, while we're here, like, tell me, so like, are there any other like, you know, memorable moments that come to mind, like from like, your, say, like, you know, other like leadership experiences?
I think my memorable moment was probably what comes to mind is like when I was at Verizon.
Mhm.
My district manager had very sleazy sales tactics. Have you guys
Ah.
ever, looked at your phone plan and all of a sudden you have a $10 charge for something that you did not get?
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
So I was not that type of a sales rep. I could never bring myself around to, just throwing something on there and pray to God that the customer never finds out. I always let all my customers know what they're getting into. And the memorable moment from all of that was that the district manager had such a hard on telling me like, don't give them information, just give them the least amount of information possible and just start fucking putting shit together and then just let them go with it. And I'm
Oh Lord.
like, okay, I took it into consideration. I still did my own thing. Like I provided my customers with all the information they asked, and even like going off of tangents with certain things and creating that sense of trust with
Right.
like either your client base or your customers, friends. It can go with anybody. It builds trust into them wanting to do things with you or
Right.
wanting to proceed with things. And my biggest thing was that literally I remember my first month where I broke like I think record digits. Like I looked him in the face and I was just like, yeah, and I wasn't using your sales tactics, bro. And then he just looked at me, he was just like, he was like,
Oh.
I had that coming. And I was just like, yeah, get fucked, kid.
Yeah, get fucked, kid. Facts.
Yo, I love that.
Off, king.
That's
Yeah.
sort of like the kind of thing you'd see in like an episode on like Netflix or something,
Yeah, dude.
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
How about you, Nutman? Anything memorable that comes to mind?
I remember the first event. So I was president of CSA, right? And the first first general meeting that we had. So that's like literally the most important meeting of the entire year. Because that kind of sets the precedent for how the organization will, kind of go and how many people are going to show up. Because if you don't, because you usually like the numbers are huge for the first meeting because like everybody's super curious, right? So because you usually like the meeting numbers, at least when I was around, you have like I think we had like around like 150 to 200 people in the organization when I was president. The general meeting numbers were around like 100 or like around like 80, like around there. Obviously, like not everybody's going to come to the general meeting. The first meeting we had 300 people come, or well, usually around 300 people like were coming, right? And that was like our expected number. But what's just so happened to be scheduled on the same day that we scheduled our general meeting was, do you know who Jimmy O Yang is?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he was doing a comedy act at our university at the same exact time as our general meeting.
Oh.
Oh shit.
And so Jimmy O, so we're the Chinese Student Association. Do you know how many Asian people like Jimmy O Yang and would want to go to his? And it was free, by the way. So like,
Oh god.
obviously, everybody is gonna want to go to that. So I had to kind of make the decision of like, okay, so should I postpone the general meeting to the week after, or should I just keep it going? And usually postponing the general meeting for the week the week after is always the worst possible idea you can do. Just because usually how it works is like we have our days. So like there are 3 Asian organizations: Chinese Student Association, Filipino, and Vietnamese. So Filipino Student Association Tuesday, Chinese Student Association Wednesday, Vietnamese Student Association Thursday. And people like to go to them in waves. Or like people like it's usually all the general meetings happen on the same week. So people like will just be in the mode of like, okay, this is general meeting week, so I'm gonna go to all of them. And if one of them is not there, then that kind of ruins like they're not gonna go the next week.
It ruins the flow.
Yeah, it ruins the flow, so they're not gonna go. Like let's say one of them is postponed to the next week, they're not going. Like a lot of people just will not go. And this is just like I don't exactly know why, but this is just how it works. So that like, and I knew that kind of coming in. So I was like, all right, you know what, I'm gonna have to gonna have to bite the bullet here and just do the general meeting, even though Jimmy O Yang is not, even though Jimmy O Yang is gonna be doing the comedy act or whatever. So yeah, that like I had to do that, and then pretty much like what I did afterwards is I kind of had a plan. I was just like, I'm gonna ramp up the social media, promote the shit out of it, and then I also I took some extra initiative myself and like just did first of all I got a booth at the student union, and then I manned people there and we advertised more there just so people kind of walking by, and then also I had like I went up to like people, like just my friends and like everything, and I told a shit ton of people, just because a lot of people knew me and I knew a lot of people, so I pretty much just had like, but that was like super stressful because when I heard that I was just like screaming internal. Actually, I was screaming.
Like actually,
because like we did so well in the freshman orientation. We got like 500 people to sign up to the email list. Like it was really good, and then this shit just kills the momentum. I'm like, fuck.
Oh man,
that was like super stressful, but like it ended up working out thankfully. But yeah, that was I guess that was one of the memorable moments.
Nice. All right, so we have a question from Munchie. Right, so what are some core skills you've acquired from being within these leader positions?
Okay, I'm gonna be right back and make some water.
Yeah.
Listening. Go ahead.
Make sure you guys stay. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Body break.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been taking it. I've been taking a break when you guys chit chat.
But yeah, make sure you guys in chat as well stay like hydrated and stretch and all that. But yeah, flag, like
I can start us off.
Yeah.
While they go get some fluids in them. I definitely think that in terms of skills, well, one of them that I'm using right now is like public speaking, or like being able to put your thoughts together pretty much on the spot, and like being able to communicate and that kind of stuff is like super important, because you're expected to have some sort of reasonable HR in quotes response to when there are problems, right? You kind of have to just go out off the rip. If you're not able to do that, then find someone who can't, because a lot of the times you're on a pressure, like on a timetable, and you can't have like a calculated twit longer. You have to just say it out loud at once, and sometimes like, for example, I mean, I'm just gonna take BrownGuy's example of like, it's making sure that the event just happens at the same day or whatever. It's not only to the general members, but it's also to your team, and showing that you're confident in your decision and showing that you're okay with the ramifications of some of the setbacks or whatever. It just makes you look like a competent person. And although I would argue sometimes I'm not very competent, but having that illusion is important to keep up trust, and a lot of it is like going back to the trust thing. Outside of that, I think like reading people is super important as well. Like I can kind of see, it's like an insight check. I can definitely tell where people's intentions lie pretty quickly, and like I can't explain it in any other way outside of it's just like a sixth sense. It's just like a gut feeling,
right?
And sometimes in the past I would like not trust my gut feeling because I don't know, I just didn't think my judgment was that great. But like definitely over time, and it's just running into a bunch of different types of people and characters and that kind of stuff, it's just I just trust my gut now. Like it's there's just so many times where I'm just like, I should have just trusted my gut and then like done something else, and it would have made my life so much easier. Or like if I do accidentally am incorrect about something, I just apologize. I'm very familiar with just being sorry, and I'm like very okay with it. So like that's the thing, is just it's being able to like express yourself well and put together, and then also being able to intake other people's expressions and understand it, so that you can I guess it's kind of like scummy to say it this way, but like you can min-max, because you're obviously not using them, but like it's important to address the situation kind of on the fly. So yeah,
we love winging things.
Winging things is something I've done my entire
we get live.
My
Mhm.
entire life is just faking it till you make it.
Hey,
Yeah.
that is the definition of my life as well. So, actually, I guess that's a fucking skill that I think every leader should have. No,
Being able to-
and yeah, no, I'm dead ass being able to fake it till you fucking make it. Like,
Yes,
I'm not saying you
sir.
should. I'm not saying you should go into things unqualified, but I think like there's some points, that like you don't really know what you're talking about, or you know that you like don't have like too much experience doing what you're doing, but you're the person who has the most experience regardless, or you're the person who knows that who are confident enough in yourself that you can learn whatever the hell you're talking about. I think like that's and because like let's say like you have like there's like some new like dilemma or something, or some new like opportunity, that's really really good for your student organization, or really really good for what you're leading, and if everybody in the room fully says I have no idea what any of this means, or I don't really know how to do this, then that opportunity is gone. Because nobody's confident enough to do it.
Right.
So I think one person needs to bite the bullet, and I'm not saying lie and be like, oh yeah, no, I've done this before. No, just be like, just be like just be able to like kind of like go out there and be like, I can do this, and then kind of like, I guess like talk yourself up a little bit. I mean, I guess just talk yourself up a little bit and be like, make people confident, make people because when somebody when like the kind of energy, the kind of like or like the kind of aura that a leader has is making other people confident that they can do things too. So if one person is confident that he can do it, then more people in the room are going to be confident that they can do it too. And then then that collective then that collective mind will easily be able to take advantage of that opportunity or do whatever. So I think I definitely think being able to kind of go into just go run into the dark forest, and then just like face whatever the hell is out there is very 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 important.
Coming to
Run the
theaters near
hurdles.
you. Into the dark forest.
Into the dark
Through the
forest, yeah.
fucking hurdles, dude. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah. Wait, okay, I'm kind of interested. Okay, Flag, what do you think of that?
Is Rue talking?
Oh
you
yeah.
just
Oh
cut
sorry,
off
sorry.
again?
Oh god, did I get cut off again? No, I was just asking. Like,
Cut out, yeah.
I'm kind of interested.
do you
Like,
think-
Flag, what would you think of that?
Okay.
Every time you're about to say what you're gonna say, it cuts
What
off.
the fuck? What's going on? I was just wondering if like Flag, if you agree with like if you fucking stop this. If you agree with like what like Nutman was talking about, like
Yeah.
what are your thoughts?
What are your thoughts on what I said, essentially?
Okay, yeah. No, it's understandable. I think it was something that was really something that I have pipe. I'm a big pipe dream person, and I'm fully like I'm going into them fully understanding and knowing that the feasibility is like very very low. But I think like part of it is like just throwing it out there and seeing what sticks is super important. So about like having that one person as like the catalyst or the scapegoat, however you want to see it, it's not necessary, especially if you're of an older organization that has like a bunch of like, oh, this is like the third event of the year is a bingo night, the fourth event of the year is like Big Little, like dating, speed dating, that kind of stuff. Like if it's super duper mapped out for you, you don't need to take risks. And like that's the thing too, is like sometimes people, including myself, like want to just do these new risky things because it's refreshing, it's like exciting, when it's just completely not necessary. And I definitely think that over time, as I like when I was like the highest position I held was VP, when I was eventually VP, I was just like super content with just the safe options. I didn't have to be that person who was trying to do those stupid crazy pipe dreams of event ideas. And I do think it's encouraging that people see someone who's like willing to just be the quote unquote idiot, who's like going for these really crazy things, but it's not necessary. I don't think it's crucial to the dynamic, but I definitely understand where Brown Guy is coming from. That if you are looking for the new hottest thing, right?
Yep.
That it's important to have the foot in the door, the crowbar that's like gonna be, you know, applying this idea into everyone's lap. Like I think that is super important, and it does lie on that is a leadership, like not necessarily position, but it is a leadership aspect that if you're confident enough to do those kind of things.
And I think that was also more aligned with my vision for the organization as well, because I definitely did want to be the catalyst of change. So I did want to go and try a shit ton of new stuff to kind of put CSA on the map in that sense. So yeah, I guess like that is if that's your vision. So it really depends on the vision that you have for the organization or whatever you're leading.
Stuff like that goes into like everyday life too. It's like if you look at it at like a grander scale, it'd be like friendships. Being the person to put out wacky ideas, or else you guys are just gonna be doing the same shit all over.
Yeah, just be going out to eat all day.
Exactly. Like I have to do that with my friend group because they're a little older and like to do you know, older people stuff and just like be chill, watch Netflix, or just like eat and watch TV, and I'm just like can you do something a little crazy?
Yeah, some of my friends are boring. Dude, so like y'all are boring as shit. We're gonna go do something, and I'm gonna force y'all out. Y'all have no choice.
You know how we stay indoors all the time and just play video games? Yeah, let's actually go outside and play airsoft and get shot at.
Oh my god.
That's just so fun.
Do you find that like okay, but do you find that kind of thing like refreshing? Like do you enjoy like
Refreshing?
Refreshing?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, because maybe that's part of it. So, Munchie, sounds like being a leader can be very stressful. Can you name some things you did to balance out your mental health? Oh God, did it happen again? All right, question. Okay, question from.
Stressful.
Yeah, question from Munchie. Sounds like being a leader can be very stressful. Can you name some things you did to balance out your mental health, or some things you wish you did? So, for example, like taking the team out for airsoft and shooting them, right?
Oh yeah, I think you know, you need to obviously you need to rely on your friends, and like I mean like I think I definitely relied on some of my friends for, you know, that kind of like emotional support and mental health support. But I think one thing that really does wonders is being able to rely on your officer board sometimes. And I know like sometimes you need to separate yourself from, you know, the organization to kind of get back into the mental space to run the organization. That's completely fine. But like if you do have that option to you know, open up to your officer board and become close with them and kind of not vulnerable, like, because that's a little extreme, but like, you know, like kind of like being able to vent to them, being able to rant to them, and kind of like,
for sure.
Yeah, and you know, connect on the very stressful experiences that you had running this whatever you're running. I think that is something that if you can do would work wonders, not for, you know, just organization yourself, but also just you,
definitely
your mental health, and then also just just your friends as well.
How about you, Flag? Like, is there anything, you know, because it definitely sounds like it's been a very stressful, you know, experience, right?
Okay, I'm gonna just be very straightforward. I have very toxic answers right now because I didn't balance my mental health with my work. And B, some things I wish that I did do are all toxic, so I feel odd sharing them. But
spill the toxic tea. Spill the tea.
Okay. So there's some tea here. Where when I was VP, the president and some other person were kind of in cahoots when it came to picking like interns, or like pretty much people you like they help you out throughout the second semester. Usually is called like interns or like shadowing, and it's pretty typical of like Asian orgs. And I felt like there was some level of racism when it
no.
came to picking people, because yes, they're not, you know, they were Korean instead of like quote unquote Taiwanese slash Chinese, and I was just like, their skill set is fine, and people had not just the majority, a strong majority, which I think is like 75% plus of the votes going for this individual, and she ended up not getting the position because the president and this one other person kept tabling her application until there were no more spots. And then I like called them out, and I was just like, this is ridiculous. And then honestly, I should just quit. I should have just quit and like just made a bigger deal out of it, because
Right.
I never liked the president. I felt like a lot of the things that were going on were very sneaky, and I think it would have spoke volumes and been able to like throw myself under the bus by quitting, but also throw them under the bus with me, which again, it's toxic, right? That they will get what's coming to them, and people will realize, hey, you know, this person, the president, very hardworking person. She was very, very hardworking, very smart. I don't doubt her skill sets for a single second, but I don't really care if your morals are like out of whack. I'm just like, you don't deserve that kind of reputation. Someone should call you out on it. And I do regret not standing up for my personal like what's it called?
Beliefs, morals.
Yeah, morals. Yeah. And it's just it just feels really scummy.
I don't
in
think that's
hindsight.
toxic at all.
It's toxic in that I will just lose everything for myself just to screw with another person.
Yeah, but like earlier we were talking with like, you know, like with Tomi's experience, right? Like where sometimes like, you know, some degree of like, I'm not sure if you call them failure, but like something negative might be like valuable or important to shed light on an issue and to like, you know, right, to bring awareness of it, right?
Yep. It's like what's it called? Failure will cause attention because like with the struggles, or when you ask the question like what are good some fun moments, and Flag said what's it called, the bad kind of outweighs the good most of the times, and we when we're asked about some things, we always think about the bad stuff first, and that's a common thing that goes around. So therefore, if a bad thing were to happen, it is a lot bigger than something that is either equally as good or slightly better. Yeah, so that's why it's like, yeah, it's bad.
It's bad.
But yeah, so no,
This is bad.
I think it's perfectly fine, right? It's not like toxic per se, right? Like, you know, in that sense.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I fully believe that some toxic things are like okay to just accept.
Yeah.
Like it's just like, you know, a toxic trait is like, well, I mean, fuck. If you think it's toxic, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that totally, like, especially in like this day and age. Wow, I feel so old saying that, but right, like this day and age, right, where everything
Yeah.
is like, you know, either toxic or cancelable or like all
Yeah,
that. like,
anything can be
Jesus.
labeled as toxic now, so
Yeah.
it's just like, I mean, people probably fucking, you know, I believe that our day and age right now is extremely sensitive, and everything is like basically starting to get censored, and like sometimes it's hard because I feel like we're just holding everyone's hand when it's just kind of like it's rough. This is rough.
Definitely. All right, so the next question I have here is what's something you think most people don't know or need to know about being a leader? And so like Flag.
Or-
Oh,
I
so
get that.
oh Jesus. Okay, so the question is, what's something you think most people don't know or need to know more about in terms of being a leader? So Flag, do you want to continue maybe on that point?
I mean, I don't think there's any super duper like surprises. I think it's just you need to be confident. There's definitely some aspects of public speaking.
Right.
I guess something that isn't super well known is that you need to be good at speaking publicly regardless of what your position is
Oh
for
my
like your
God.
job.
Oh
Like-
my God, yes.
I cannot tell the amount
I
of
agree.
people that I have met, because you know I'm CS, and you know the stereotypical like
Yeah.
Every
I don't
computer
wanna.
science engineer is
Yeah, I
literally
don't wanna.
I'm a business student who knows CS people. Trust me.
I don't want to generalize, like,
they're all shut up behind their computers and don't know how to talk to a living human being.
Oh,
yeah, actually,
man.
like it's so egregious, and I could not vibe with them, and like I ended up just being friends with just about everyone else who wasn't a CS major, and I would have like a friend of a friend who was CS, and I just heard some stories about him, and I'm just like. Like what? Like what was the
Yeah.
thought process of like going like how does that work? And you really just don't understand. Like even like just down the line, like any job, any full-time job, any salaried job that you're gonna get as like a CS person, you sure as hell bet you better be able to speak publicly and like if someone is asking questions about it and you can't communicate, you're no good.
Right.
And I definitely think that when it comes to like interviews and such, if you can present yourself like, sure, maybe you're not the fastest or the smartest, because I definitely ain't. If you can like make it so that you're very charismatic and presentable, I think that is such a huge bonus, especially for like an interview, because then the people are like, hey, this is a individual, this is a human, this is a person, not some like code monkey that is just going to like maybe do their own thing, and then like sure you try to communicate with them, hey, you can't do this, it's not part of your it's like not part of our coding, it's like grammar in terms of like formatting.
Right.
This isn't part of like how it's in line with our company, you can't do this, and then like they're just gonna keep doing their own thing because they don't know how to process new information when it's not code. So it's just like a lot of the things where it's like post being a leader, but like going into a leadership position, what's written down is kind of like what it is. Like I don't think there's anything that's too surprising. I think it's just you're diving into a pool that's very familiar, and I sure as hell bet that you haven't, like, this is not your first time being an explicit leader when you go for those positions. You might not necessarily be able to like say, hey, this is a leadership position, but everyone like I said before, it's like if you're waking up in the morning and getting out of bed and doing things, you're already doing some sort of leadership responsibilities, but it's like more for your own life than like for other people's stuff. But like it's all tied together, where if you're a good leader, I definitely think that you'll also be a good follower, and like it all plays back to just like being an overall just a better well understanding person, empathetic, sympathetic, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, speaking to the charisma thing and being able to public speak, I think like that is extremely important for being a leader, and also extremely important for people seeing you as a leader. Because I mean like anybody could want to be a leader, but if they don't have charisma, if they don't know how to talk to people and express like what they want to communicate, then they're not going to be a leader. And I think like, at least for me, I mean, I guess like I would consider myself a pretty charismatic guy. I usually talk very, very confidently, regardless of whether I know what I'm talking about or not. So I usually like for example on a group project or something, like when I'm with a bunch of randos, most people will like, whenever there's like, all right, who wants to be the team leader, they'll all just like turn their head, look at me. And like that's happened a lot of times, and like so like before, like I didn't even like really want to be the leader, but it kind of just happened.
Right.
So and that's because I had the charisma and the ability to communicate and to talk and public speak. So if you already have those things, but I had those things, and people saw me as a leader even when I didn't want to be a leader. So imagine like you're a leader, and like you have those things and know you can utilize them. That makes you a fantastic leader. Like,
right.
You know what I mean?
Actually, that's a great segue to like the next question, which is like, what makes a good or bad leader, right? And what's something maybe that you wish you knew when you started these like leadership roles? So like maybe Tomi, like, do you wanna like start like?
What makes a good or a bad leader?
Let's start with like what makes a
Or-
good leader. Say.
What makes a good leader? I
Uh-huh.
think for me, at least, what makes a good leader is someone that can actually, how do I say this, in a PG way.
Oh, I mean, this isn't a PG stream, so I
Yeah, it's
don't
not a
know.
PG stream, bro.
Oh, I was told I was very blunt.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so essentially, it's just like what's it called? You need to be able to. A good leader is just like you need to be able to bite the bullet and say what needs to be said.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, don't
Sent.
like what's it called? Um, don't get sent to HR, but you need to be able
Yeah.
to what's it called? Do the things that what's it called? Just be like if someone's way too nice, people will be like, oh, I think they're a really really nice person, yada yada yada. But do they get anything done? You know what I mean? And when it comes to people have like that, there's a line that people can't draw in between the two, where it's like, oh, but he's really nice, and it's just like, okay, but
Nice.
does he get shit done?
Right.
You know? And I feel like in my time, like when I was in high school and just seeing friends who were pursuing like leadership roles, they were way too nice and they weren't able to make those hard calls, and they would always stress about it. And what's it called? They would end up pushing those responsibilities on someone that was able to. And like being a good leader is like you have to be able to make the calls to, you know, take your charge forward. And if you can't, then you're not moving anywhere or even moving steps backwards.
But
Yeah.
is that maybe like, you know, is that maybe one skill together? Like because public speaking, charisma, like all of this sounds like, you know, like kind of like niche things, but in the end, doesn't it all just come down to like effective communication?
I think effective communication and charisma can be separate.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
would
Yeah.
just, if people knew how to communicate, I guarantee you 0 problems in the entire world.
Right. Oh, that's so true.
Yeah.
If people could communicate what their their feelings without like, you know, stepping on anyone's toes, then like it'll be fine. Everything will be perfect in the world.
True. Oh, okay, okay. But in terms of like, you know, charisma being something special, like, you know, separate, right? Maybe, so, you know, there can be like, you know, decent leaders, right? Which who have just cover like the basics, but like, what is it that maybe makes that like that special, that extra, you know, like special leader, right?
I think for me, and I really put a lot of stress on this, to, you know, when I was president of CSA, to the next president of CSA, and whatever, you know, whoever was interested in being president, is making sure that you make yourself like put yourself onto the like make sure you kind of communicate that you're on the same plane as everybody that you're leading. Not saying that like you're not, you know, you're like, obviously you're giving them orders or whatever and you're doing, but I mean, like, at the end of the day, we're all human. And you want to make sure that you can connect with them and not just be their boss. You need to be their you know, like almost like a friend. And I mean, like, obviously you can't be a friend to everybody that you're leading. Like sometimes you need to like be an asshole or, you know, be blunt. And that's, you know, something that a friend wouldn't do. But I think yeah, it's very important to try and connect to the people that you're leading. Regardless of whether it's an officer board or even, you know, when it's a member. Like for example, when I was you know, when I was president, every single general meeting, every single person who walked that door, I greeted and introduced myself if I didn't know them. And that was just making sure that they knew that I wasn't like some like higher up that they couldn't reach.
Right.
And you know, same with my officer board. I would always take into consideration you know, what everybody said, even if it was like a, you know, I would let them speak even if I knew what they were going to say. It was going to be stupid. I would just tell them like, hey, that's probably not a very good idea, but I appreciate you telling me that. Or I appreciate the feedback. So yeah, just kind of like, you know,
Being approachable.
being approachable. I think approachable
Not setting up a
is
divide,
very, very,
basically.
yeah, exactly. Being
Mhm.
approachable,
like-
not standing up the wall, the
Yeah.
the divide. Yeah, go ahead.
We're not the Fire Nation over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mouth.
What about you, Flag Dogger?
Empathy.
Ah,
I'd say. It was just
yeah.
kind of related to what you were
Being
talking
an
about.
empath.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's. I mean, it's memed as, Tony just memed about it, but like it's absolutely crucial because you can be very competent and people will respect you, but that doesn't mean they'll like be as willing as if they not only respected you but also admired you.
Mhm.
And that's, I want to say, what makes the difference between good leaders and great leaders is
Right.
that level of intimacy where it's like, hey, I can also help you outside of just the specific like formal roles and that kind of stuff. Like if you're going through some stuff and you need some time off or whatever, being understanding, being open about that and having conversations with those kinds of things is also like really, it is also like another skill of just like being considerate. That I think I have run into people who are just not as aware of it because they can end up just being very callous and they don't realize. And I think I was also very much like that. Not saying that I'm like a great leader now because I'm not really leading anything, but it's definitely something that I've like tried to improve on personally, was showing the appreciation I have for people.
Mm.
And like being able to say, hey, you really didn't have to go to do this or go the extra mile or whatever, but you did it and you did a really great job and I appreciate it.
100%.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
good.
so true. Yeah.
Especially the people, like an officer board or something, definitely expressing the appreciation, like, hey, you did fantastic on this, and I just wanted to let you know that I am very happy that you did this and I appreciate it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because like being a leader can oftentimes be very just like not ungratifying, but I guess that's what it is, right? Like ungratifying and like there's a lot of like background work that you do that doesn't go, that goes very much
Yeah, it's unnoticed.
right,
Yeah.
right.
In the shadows,
um,
basically.
Yeah, I think definitely being president of the student organization has a lot of that. Like it's because like you like everything goes well, right? Like let's like an event is fantastic, everything goes well. Oh yeah, no, the officer board did great. Something goes wrong. What the hell is this president doing?
Yeah.
That's something that I had to deal with a lot.
Yeah.
Not saying that a bunch of stuff went wrong, but just like kind of like the fear of that. Yeah.
Ooh, and then I guess another thing for a good leader is to understand that what's it called? You would be, taking that blame if something were to go wrong.
100%.
Yeah, like it's not gonna be like, oh, why didn't your officers do a better job? No, it's you. And being able to process and take in that information, criticism, whatever it is, and moving forward is also like a great quality of like a good leader as well.
Yes. Yeah, being able to, like what we were saying earlier, own up to your mistakes, right?
Right,
Yeah, exactly.
right.
Figure out what you did wrong and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Definitely. So like we talked about what makes a good or bad leaders, but do you guys have any sort of I'll say like role models in terms of like leadership?
Could you repeat that? You cut out again.
Oh God. Okay. We've talked about good and bad, leaders, right?
Leaders, yes.
But do you guys have any role models in terms of leaders like that?
Role models.
in terms of
George Washington.
Yeah.
George Washington, yeah.
Not really.
Not really. Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah,
fair,
not
fair.
really.
Fair.
Not entirely. No, I kind of went like you know why I fucking remember my logic for fucking being the president of the Chinese Student Association. I was like, oh look, the officer applications are open. Oh look, president's open. That'd be a pretty good meme.
Yeah.
And then best meme of my life. But like still like
Yeah. I mean, that's a
I was just
long
like,
link.
fuck
That's a
it,
long
why not?
meme. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, fuck it, bro. Why not? So I didn't really have any inspiration. I guess like I was just inspired by how, how much I loved the org and I guess my family leaders, the the first time I like my first year of the org, like how they how we had so much fun with the fam, and how we all bonded and connected. And I was like, I want to do that for other people. So I guess
feel
not
that.
like a particular person, but just kind of like, yeah, like what Flag was saying earlier, giving back. I think that was
Exactly.
the biggest thing for me.
Like I think my role model wasn't necessarily a person. It was more of like an idea or like a moral that I grew to have.
Yep.
When becoming a leader, it's like you're not only working on yourself, but you're also touching the lives of the people who are in your charge. And if you're able to, when it all succeeds, like that's a gratifying, like, goal. It's very momentous.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah.
And what's it called? The best thing for me wanting to step into these types of roles is that I get to touch the lives of the people who are going to be a part of this project. And what's it called? Either opening doors, closing some doors, helping people figure themselves out while also figuring myself out is like the greatest journey of this like road.
100%. And I mean, like, when for me the realization of that was the banquet. At the end of the year, every org has a banquet. So
Oh my god! So I thought you were talking about like the last banquet of like Jesus or something. I was like, what? Whoa, we're getting into that.
Jesus is my role model.
Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus takes the wheel. Okay, sorry.
But yeah, like the banquet is like, like you like all the like, it's catering and everything. It's an event or whatever. But like, like everybody at the end of the year, you see all of the friend groups that were formed. You see everybody who didn't know who the hell they're sitting next to at the beginning of the year, and they're like the best of friends. By the end of the year, or you see like just the bonds that you kind of like created and you were a part of, especially, I guess being president of the organization, like I guess you were like kind of like the catalyst or whatever. Forming those, it really is like the best feeling ever, and just like kind of that vision, like me stepping up onto the podium, and enter like after saying like everyone, welcome to the 2019 or 2018-2019 CSA banquet, and then just seeing all the tables, just that vision that'll be in my head forever. It's great. It was amazing.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess for me, like, how about like, there's this one person called, I'm not sure if you guys know, but her name is Ash, and she leads this team called.
I don't know who that is.
No, okay, no, jokes aside, like that's
They're great.
No, I mean, I think that like being like after university, joining something like Rice Bowl and being able to be a part of like events like this stuff is like super, like, that was I wanted to be a part of a team again. I wanted to be a part of a family again, and just be a part of a greater community that where I could help people and affect people's lives and everything. So at least for me, Rice Bowl was kind of the perfect place for that. Just because we're a family. We do things together. You can impact people however you want to. So I mean, it's great. So I think that's one of the best things about Rice Bowl, and that's why I think one of the main reasons I wanted to join.
Yeah.
Right. I felt like there was some gap in my life after I graduated, and I think that joining the stream team it fit that role
100%.
Like, it was like pretty naturally. It was like a glove. Also, kind of like going back to the whole like, oh, Ash is a great role model. I agree. But I think something that's like by definition when it comes to role models, it's like someone who's out of touch, or they're not out, like they're out of reach. That's a better way to say it. Like they're someone who is not someone that you can like ever really
okay.
be acquainted to or something. Like it's just like
Sure.
it's someone that you just you admire, but it's like from far away.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I guess
Is a far
I
away.
think the reason why I don't have any persons that are like particular in being like, oh, that's my role model, is because I find that like when I look up to a person, I want to be their friends too. It's like
Same.
I will like
Yep.
go out of my way to like get closer to them and like try to like have meaningful conversations, and then they'll realize that, hey, this is a person, like I'm a person.
Yeah.
And I going back to the things of like trust and charisma and all that kind of stuff, it's like they'll realize like, hey, you're also like a person to be like friends with too, so it's you're gonna have that kind of like level of understanding and reciprocation. And
Right.
it's just kind of boiled down to, I don't view you as a role model. I admire you for like a lot of your skills and like your passions, but I definitely feel like it's more of a mutual thing where you also see me as like an individual, and you also see me for my skills and my passion and that kind of stuff. So it becomes more of a friendship than actually like a role model sort of environment.
Yeah.
That's nice. Okay. No, that makes sense. All right. Well, I guess that's all the questions that I had like prepared. So before we do end, like, is there anything else that you guys want to mention? Maybe oh, God, I'm cutting out. Yeah, but like, I'm just saying, like, closing statements. Start with like Oni.
Fuck. Are any of you leaders out there who want fuck?
About the public speaking.
Take two.
Okay. No. Own up to the mistake and go. Okay, next one.
For anyone out there who actually wants to be a leader or too intimidated for the goal, what's it called? Understand that failures are a part of life. You'll learn, you'll grow. I live by 3 values, and I'm sure like it touches a lot of people as well. Individuality with responsibility, grow and improve every single day, no matter how small, and be passionate and be humble.
Nice, Pachi. All right, Flag.
Probably something that I at least personally wish I did more of earlier was getting out of my comfort zone, and that is kind of part of the course for being a leader is you're gonna try new things. And I guess we can do that. Like, just try new things, try different things, and like don't be afraid to like potentially get into a situation where it's not the most fun or comfortable for you, most relaxing for you, because you might just end up finding like the new like hobby passion of your life. And that's a lot of it is like where my life has dragged me, is that those moments where I took a chance, and then now I have a bunch of friends from, like, I never thought I'd do like a charity fashion show. That sounds absurd to me if you told me that when I was in high school. Like, it's so opposite of what I would have expected. So definitely take a chance on those things that maybe seem interesting but are still very intimidating, and it could change your life.
Yeah,
definitely. Right, and not.
Yeah, I mean, speaking more to that, I mean, yeah, just go try shit that you think is dumb as hell, dude. Like, I became the president of the Chinese Student Association, and then I was an advisor for the Vietnamese Student Association, and then I was also a part of the Filipino Student Association, and I am South Asian. I am 100% Pakistani. Like, go, like, you seriously, like, anything pops up into your head that you think, oh, that sounds kind of cool, or like, oh, that like that could be interesting. Go fucking do it. Just go do it. Like, it's like, what's the worst that can happen? You fail. When you fail, then you learn. You fail, you learn, and then you know what not to do next time, and that only makes you a stronger person. That only makes you a better person. So seriously, just go out there and do shit, and you'll become, a good person and an amazing person.
There we go. So guys, that was Tommy, Flag, and Nutman. I want to say Nut, but like
Yeah.
Nutman. So yeah, guys, thank you
Brown
so
guy,
much.
98.
Brown Guy 98, yeah, and flag underscore round and Onibun underscore channel, I guess, right?
Yup.
Yeah.
But guys, thank
No,
you
it's
so
just
much.
CH.
Yeah, CH, yeah, sorry. Oh no,
I'm
Onibun
kidding.
underscore
Yeah.
But guys, thank you so much for joining me. I had a lot of fun talking with you guys.
Yes, yes. Thanks
Yeah,
for
of
having
course.
us on.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
always
thank
a
you.
good time talking to you
Yeah.
and talking to everybody here. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks
y'all.
for hosting, Rue.
Awesome.
thank you so
Yeah,
much.
of course. It was a pleasure. All right.
Hope to be on here again.
Yeah, thank you so
Yup.
much. All right, I'll let you
Later,
guys go then.
y'all.
All right.
Jane.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Good night.
Good
Bye,
night. All right, and there we go. So that was Oni, Nutman, and Flag. So I hope you guys can, I think, we talked about a lot of really valuable, experiences that they've had. So I hope you guys could take something away from that as well. And yeah, for the people who are still here, I know you're all lurking, but thank you so much for joining me. I had a lot of fun talking with everyone, including the first round, which was like Ash, Ninja, and Maki. Also, Maki, thank you so much for making time. Despite being a little like under the weather, maybe. Really appreciate it. Being able to talk with you. Well, it was great. Thank you, Manji, for all the questions as well. Thank you for the podcast. Was very interesting. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. All right, but I think without further ado, let's find someone to raid. And I think, okay, everyone else is gonna be down soon, so we could go with her. Alrighty, so. Thank you for streaming. Good talk. Thank you so much for joining me, Kelly. Oh, let me just also shout you out because team. There you go. But yeah, let me see. So before we go, thank you so much for joining me. All right. You're too sweet. Yeah, of course. It's always really like a lot of fun to talk with you, not man. Like you've got all the stories, and here's the thing. It really helps in doing any of these talk shows to have somebody who can actually like keep on talking instead of having to like rely on me to ask questions. So it really actually helps. So thank you so much, not man. All right. Before I go, I want to mention something for my side as well. So next stream is gonna be Sunday. We're gonna be doing our very first cooking stream. To celebrate 2 years and 1 month of streaming. So I hope you guys will be able to make it. I'll be cooking some Japanese food. Namely, I actually have my item list now, so I can like actually share it here. I'll fine tune it. I'll practice, and then I'll tell you guys properly what it will be later. But it will be onigiri, which is so I'll have tsunamayo onigiri, furikake onigiri, and then yaki onigiri, which is like grilled onigiri. So I think that'll showcase 3 like different styles of onigiri. So that'll be interesting. I also do some mini omuraisu. So like that might be an interesting thing you can add to your lunch boxes as well. For the fried items, I'll be preparing some karaage, and then also ebi fry with some curry sauce. So like that, I have like a little way to use like the curry roux to make it into sauce actually. So that might be like interesting for you guys as well. And then for the veg, I'll try and prepare cucumber asazuke, and also daikon and ninjin, or daikon and carrot kohakuzuke. So hopefully that'll be a nice variety of stuff that we'll be preparing. So yeah, talking is hard. Yes. So yeah, I hope you guys will be able to make it to that. Anyway, without further ado, let's get that raid going. So for the raid message, you can use that. And I'll set up the raid as well. We'll be raiding Ja or Kyuichi, who's in the Team Rice Bowl. So I hope you guys can give her a lot of love. She's a great artist and she's a lot of fun as well. So hope you guys will have a lot of fun, like in her streams. But yeah, hope you all have a good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your time zone. Thanks so much for sticking around. Take care. Stay hydrated, and I hope to see you next stream on Sunday. All right, thank you so Janem Tommy, thank you so much. All right, good night, Flag. All right, guys, thank you so much. All right, see you guys all. All right, bye bye.